Appropriations Committee to order. Welcome, everyone. I want to thank all of you for your hard work. It says yesterday, but actually today. And rest assured, we've got more hard work ahead of us. Today, we'll be marking up the Agricultural, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies appropriation measure for fiscal year 2026. Before we begin today's hearing, I have a brief comment about today's schedule. As you know, tonight is the congressional baseball game. As always, the Appropriations Committee is well represented on both Republican and the Democratic teams. In order to allow players to make it to the game on time, today's markup has a hard stop at 4 p.m. If the markup is not concluded by then, we'll resume the markup after the baseball game ends, and we go on until we're finished. What we thought we would do is reconvene 30 minutes after the last out. We will send you an email at that point, so you know when that is. But just look at, if you're watching the game or following or participating, we will reconvene 30 minutes after the last out, and obviously when we have a quorum here. So hopefully that'll work for everybody. Hopefully we don't have to do that, but that's what we'll do. So with that, we'll turn to the first measure today, or the only measure today. Our only order of business today is consideration of the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration related agencies appropriations bill for fiscal year 2026. Thank you very much.
Committee is not in order. Chairman needs your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Ranking Member. I'll now recognize Chairman Harris to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, and I want to commend your leadership as we get the FY26 appropriations process underway. Also want to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, and the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Bishop, for their work in getting us to this point. I appreciate the conversations Mr. Bishop and I have had, and while I know we don't agree on everything in the bill, we do agree on the importance of the agencies and programs this bill funds. For FY26, the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies subcommittee's discretionary allocation is $25.5 billion, a $1.1 billion or 4.2% decrease from FY25 enacted levels. In a setting of ongoing $2 trillion deficits, that modest constraint is necessary. This legislation reflects a clear, conservative commitment to fiscal responsibility while ensuring that America's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities remain a top priority and that all Americans have access to a safe food and drug supply. At the same time, this legislation turns the page on the disastrous 4 years of the Biden administration by rooting out wasteful spending, reducing the federal bureaucracy, and incorporating efficiencies that DOJ has identified. This bill sets USDA on a responsible and sustainable spending path that will make the department and our nation stronger. Under the Biden administration, core USDA services suffered. This includes the failure to effectively deliver disaster aid to farmers, delays in administering basic grant programs, and catastrophic food shortages in tribal and elderly communities, resulting from poor decision-making and a lack of interest by top USDA leadership. The previous administration instead focused its efforts on implementing unconstitutional loan forgiveness programs, incorporating the woke agenda into grants and programs across USDA, writing regulations that made it harder for producers to earn a living, and pushing billions of unauthorized funds out the door for climate change projects. The Biden administration did much of this while using the so-called Inflation Reduction Act monies and leftover COVID-era funds. These funds, which were meant to be one-time emergency measures, were used by the prior administration to hire new, permanent staff and expand the woke federal bureaucracy. Secretary Vilsack was betting, of course, that no one would subsequently shrink that bureaucracy, even when those one-time funds were gone. I applaud Secretary Rollins for putting an end to this madness. It's long overdue that COVID-era programs end, and returning the workforce to pre-COVID levels is just common sense. It's far better to have fewer employees who show up to work full-time versus a sprawling remote workforce that failed time and again to perform basic duties. I'd like to highlight a few areas where this legislation supports the administration's efforts to refocus the department on its core mission by prioritizing essential functions in a fiscally responsible manner. The bill provides $1.15 billion for the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, to support the department's efforts to protect our producers from high-path avian influenza, New World screwworm, and other foreign plant and animal diseases. The legislation continues to invest in the delivery of farm programs, disaster assistance, and crop insurance to farmers by prioritizing funding for farmer-facing functions, including the Farm Service Agency and the Risk Management Agency. The bill provides $7.6 billion for WIC, the same level as last year, and rescinds $100 million from significant leftover balances that were unspent from that level of funding. Even with that rescission, that leaves hundreds of millions of dollars in carryover balances remaining. Any talk of this bill cutting the WIC program denies the simple math of carryover provisions. Our bill also makes a modest 10% reduction in the hugely inflated WIC cash value vouchers to begin a reset to pre-COVID levels. The cash value vouchers remain at a level at least twice pre-COVID levels, and although COVID is over $2 trillion COVID budget deficits remain and must be dealt with. The bill makes important investments in critical agricultural research that will keep our producers on the cutting edge of technology and production practices. We maintain funding for USDA's flagship competitive grant program, the Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, and protect capacity funding for our land-grant universities to ensure our farmers and ag workforce remain competitive with China. This legislation continues to fund rural development programs, including critical infrastructure investments in water and wastewater systems, broadband, and additional investments in certain rural housing programs. The bill includes $90 million for Reconnect to complement existing funds to deploy broadband to the most underserved rural areas. For the Food and Drug Administration, the bill provides $3.2 billion in direct appropriations, and with increased user fees, the FDA has a total budget of $6.8 billion to enable the agency to keep food, drugs, and medical devices safe and effective. On the regulatory and policy fronts, this legislation withdraws harmful Biden-era costly regulations that attempt to dictate how poultry and livestock producers raise and market their animals. It continues to build on efforts to prevent the purchase of farmland by China and our foreign adversaries by having the Secretary of Agriculture serve on CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, for all agricultural transactions. The bill closes the hemp loophole from the 2018 Farm Bill that has resulted in the proliferation of intoxicating cannabinoid products, including Delta-8 and hemp flour, being sold online and in gas stations nationwide under the false guise of being, quote, USDA approved. As many states have stepped in to curb these dangerous products from reaching consumers, particularly children, it's time for Congress to act to close this loophole while protecting industrial hemp industry. Reports that the included language would destroy legitimate businesses are simply not true, and that's clear to anyone closely reading the carefully drafted language that I believe threaded the needle. The bill also prioritizes the health and nutritional needs of SNAP recipients by codifying the USDA's authority to grant waivers to states to restrict unhealthy food purchases with SNAP benefits. We have witnessed both red and blue states submitting waiver proposals to USDA that will help make America healthy again by ensuring increased taxpayer-funded SNAP benefits are being used to purchase healthy foods. In a setting of obesity, diabetes, and hypertension in our SNAP food recipients, this makes sense. The bill also directs the Secretary to conduct a feasibility study of a Buy American requirement in SNAP. American producers grow and raise all the food we need for healthy diets. This could be a tremendous boost to American farmers and ranchers if SNAP dollars are used to only purchase American-grown and American-made products. This Buy America program can help expand our specialty crop programs and help mitigate our growing agricultural trade deficit. Times have changed at the Department of Agriculture. This bill puts the disastrous policies of the Biden administration behind us. Under President Trump and Secretary Rollins' leadership, every taxpayer dollar will be spent in the pursuit of putting American farmers and ranchers first. This bill follows their example in providing the support and resources American farmers deserve while reducing our burgeoning federal deficit. As I've said before, we are not appropriating monopoly money. It's hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and sometimes tough decisions have to be made. In an era of unrelenting $2 trillion deficits, fiscal restraint has to start, and it has to start now. This bill reflects that sobering reality. In conclusion, I want to thank the staff on the subcommittee for their efforts: Pam Miller, Elizabeth Dent, Judd Gardner, Nick Seelinger, Sykes Connell, and Kelly Bogle, as well as Martha Foley, Alex Swan, and Tyler Coe on the minority staff. I look forward to working with all of you as this bill moves forward, and I ask for your support for this legislation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize Mr. Bishop for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Harris. Everyone here has heard me say this before, and I'll say it again. We're always working to ensure that America produces the highest quality, the safest, the most abundant, and the most affordable food and fiber anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, this bill is still not up to the task. While this administration continues to tear down local food purchasing programs that help farmers and families, this bill does nothing to fix the lose-lose reality the administration has dealt to our communities. In just the past couple of months, schools in my district and across the state of Georgia have seen the rug pulled out from under them. They're scrambling to figure out how they're going to feed students in the school lunch program after cancellation of the local farm-to-school purchase programs that meant so much to our cafeterias as well as to the farmers who provided the food. The same is true with food banks, whose pantry shelves are thinning out, cutting to the bone their ability to help families, women, children, the elderly, and our veterans, those who face the highest risk of hunger. And the farmers, ranchers, and other ag producers who had found new local customers who were not only able to do good business but also do good for their neighbors and communities, they are seeing those customers disappear. While our country continues to grow, our support for women, infants, and children continues to shrink. The bill follows the administration's lead, and it cuts $100 million in WIC funds, hurting our most vulnerable as the cost of food continues to rise. We already know there's a digital divide when it comes to rural communities and access to affordable broadband internet. Yet, this bill not only fails to increase the investments in rural broadband necessary to close the gap, but it also slashes grants for distance learning, telemedicine, and other broadband projects in rural communities. The cost of housing continues to rise across the country, and rural communities are certainly not exempt. Yet this bill cuts $1.8 billion in rural housing programs, hurting rural America. Affordable housing is fundamental to every American's quality of life. It is a big part of the American dream, but this bill makes it harder for Americans to achieve that dream. Talking about being able to provide for and afford basic needs, this bill cuts $44 million in grants for water and waste projects. These projects often have large capital costs, and small towns in rural America don't have the ratepayer base to cover those costs. Without these federal grants, they're put between a rock and a hard place to pay for the project by either slapping residents with huge utility bills or cutting back on other public services. It also decimates the resources available to our rural towns and counties to make community facility improvements. What does that mean for folks watching us here at home? That means small towns across this country will be harder pressed to provide essential services like law enforcement, firefighting, and emergency services or other municipal services. Let me tell you what grants and loans like this can mean for a community like mine, the ones that I represent in rural Georgia. Back in 2021, 2 members of the Decatur County Sheriff's Office were killed in the line of duty. They had joined a car chase that crossed county lines from Seminole County just next door. Because their radios were older and could not communicate with one another, the Decatur County officers were unaware of the danger that they were facing. I worked through the appropriations process to ensure that the regional commission that covers those areas and an additional 12 rural counties could help their law enforcement departments purchase modern, interoperable P25 radio systems. If the cost of those systems were on the shoulders of those towns and counties alone, they would be hard-pressed to be able to afford it. These are the types of important projects that may never see the light of day. If we fail to properly fund community facilities grants and loans, then Congress and the federal government are no longer reliable partners for our rural communities. This bill can do better, and I'll be offering an amendment to restore funding for rural housing as well as community facilities direct loan fundings so that we're not leaving our rural communities that have limited budgets in the tough position to choose between making repairs to their police station, making and purchasing and maintaining patrol cars or equipment for their firefighters, or having to maintain their water systems or keep up with waste disposals. I also urge my colleagues to remember that federal programs cannot deliver for the American people without sufficient and experienced workers. I continue to hear from my constituents about staffing shortages, whether it's at the Farm Service Agency or the Natural Resources Conservation Services or at the Rural Development Agency. And I know they're not alone. This bill makes a 9%, $109 million cut to FSA, $46 million, 13% cut to rural development staffing at a time when farmers are already showing up to county offices that are understaffed or totally empty, a result of the mass exodus of the experienced personnel who help farmers with everything from disaster relief to home loans to grants to improving their farming operations. This bill slashes funding for NRCS conservation operations by 5%. This is a program that helps America's farmers, ranchers, and other private landowners conserve and protect their land. It completely eliminates the urban agriculture and innovative production program, which undermines our ability to grow more food close to the people who consume it across America. We continue to see a retreat from America's leadership on the world stage, and part of that is the demolition of the Food for Peace program, cutting funding by $788 million, which would make it the lowest funding level for the program since 2002. Meanwhile, the administration continues to illegally dismantle USAID and keep food from reaching those in need around the world. I want to remind my colleagues that this eliminates an important market for America's agriculture producers, and it undermines a powerful part of our diplomatic and economic arsenal. The bill also cuts the Commodities Future Trading Commission by $30 million, which will undermine their ability to go after cyber criminals and secure the global derivative markets on which American producers rely. Americans are already concerned about the role that sound science will play in our public health and safety policy. We need to embrace transparency, and the FDA should be able to effectively and quickly share information. It needs the resources to do this, but the bill before us today cuts over $320 million from the FDA. Finally, I'm extremely concerned about language in the report that directs states to share personally identifiable information of those who use SNAP with USDA. We cannot compromise people's privacy simply because they participate in the program. As we have considered this bill, we've been told that we are only facing a cut of about 4%, but that is $1.2 billion in cuts, with the biggest chunks being taken out of the FDA, food programs, and rural development. These programs provide important services for our rural communities, the nation, and the world, and we need to make sure that these programs grow with our country and have enough resources for the people and the communities that they are meant to support. This bill is making it more costly for folks in rural America by cutting much-needed investments in housing, facilities, and utilities programs that help families and small businesses and rural communities save money and thrive. It retreats from nutrition programs that help the most vulnerable afford healthy food and at the same time engage America's agriculture producers in our country's effort to fight hunger. I'm hopeful that we will put aside partisanship to improve this bill and provide adequate resources for all of the stakeholders of USDA, rural communities, and our federal administration. If we cannot produce a bill that works for all of the American people, I will not be able to support it. I urge my colleagues to look at this bill and to make the improvements, to put the resources there so that we can once again be on the cutting edge in the global marketplace and here at home in making America able to thrive with the products of our Department of Agriculture, the things that we do for rural America. With that, I will yield back, and unfortunately, I will be unable to support this bill in its current form. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. Thank you, Chairman Harris, and thank you, Ranking Member Bishop, and obviously Ranking Member DeLauro, and all the members of the committee for being with us today. As we continue our markup schedule for fiscal year 2026, I'm reminded that America's farmers and ranchers were already hard at work before we entered this room. Sun up to sundown is nothing new for our producers. It's a way of life. And it's a powerful reminder that agriculture remains a cornerstone of our great nation. In my home state of Oklahoma and across the country, the men and women who've worked the land for generations, raised livestock, and brought food to tables around the world deserve not just our gratitude, but our full support. Today's bill supports President Trump's Farmer First agenda by recognizing the essential role of agriculture and rural communities in America's future. It continues targeted investments in agricultural research, rural broadband, and animal and plant health, each of which strengthens America's future and economic growth. Importantly, this legislation also takes action to preserve and protect U.S. farmland. It includes critical provisions to prevent foreign adversaries from purchasing agricultural land, which is a serious concern in my district and nationwide. It also directs resources towards securing our food supply and ensuring the safety of medical drugs and devices. This bill meets every vital objective while cutting wasteful spending and making sure hard-earned taxpayer dollars are used where they are needed most. Each provision in this bill helps to feed, fuel, heal, and connect the American people. I thank Chairman Harris and Ranking Member Bishop, as well as the majority and the minority staff for their hard work on this measure. And I look forward to consideration and support of this bill. With that, I yield back. I now recognize my good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, Representative DeLauro, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. And before I begin, I want to say a thank you to all of the Agriculture, Rural Development, and FDA Subcommittee, to all of the staff on both sides of the aisle for their work. And in particular, let me shout out Martha Foley, Tyler Coe, and Alex Swan. We are holding this markup in a completely unprecedented time, with the Congress's authority and this committee's relevance being challenged by a lawless administration. Since taking office, the Trump administration has illegally stolen funding that was appropriated by this committee, passed by Democrats and Republicans in the House and in the Senate, and signed into law by the president for programs and services across the federal government that help grow the middle class, protect working people, support small businesses, and make sure that billionaires and mega corporations pay their taxes. There are many, it's not a question of paying their fair share. There are over 50 that pay no tax at all. We are in the middle of a cost of living crisis today that is also directly hurting farmers. But the president is not laser focused on the cost of living crisis, which he is actually making worse. He promised to fight for working families, but instead put billionaires in charge of the government. And they are attacking programs created by the Congress that assist farmers and feed hungry people, and that is all in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. These cuts are not just numbers on a page, and they are not only felt in Washington, D.C. They touch every one of our districts, including my own. Millions of pounds of food grown by American farmers have sat in warehouses or have gone to waste because of funding freezes and program cancellations. Over $1 billion for the local food for schools and local food purchase assistance was terminated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture earlier this year, meaning not only did President Trump and Elon Musk determine that feeding our children and stocking our food pantries is not a priority, they decided the local farmers who produced the food for these children were no longer a priority either. Connecticut is expected to lose nearly $4 million in funding from these two programs alone. $4 million in funding that goes directly to purchasing locally grown fresh fruits and vegetables. People may not have the ability to buy fresh fruits and vegetables if we cut off the opportunity to do that with their food stamp funds. I think it's ironic that the chair of the subcommittee, talking about trying to have people purchase healthy foods, says that unhealthy food purchases will be prohibited if they're using SNAP dollars. But isn't it unbelievable that we would cut off and eliminate the food and vegetable voucher for families? You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth and be considered as being an honest broker. You would think the party of, quote, make America healthy again would want to increase access to fresh fruits and vegetables. Outrageously hungry people who will no longer have access to nutritious food will suffer. But this also hurts the farmers, who will no longer be able to count on selling their produce to these programs, such as the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program, or the LFPA. It launched in Connecticut in 2022. It invests in farmers, connecting them to food banks and schools. Connecticut Food Share, my state's largest food bank, said they are expecting to lose around $1 billion of funding this year from this program alone due to USDA cuts, along with losing 34 truckloads of food from the TFAP program. That's the Emergency Food Assistance Program. That's about $1.7 million worth of food. That is over $2.7 million in federal support for farmers and hungry people lost in just a few months. Will Delacamera, a specialty crop farmer in my district, has a contract through the state for 600 food boxes a week for the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program. It's worth over $184,000. For specialty crop farmers in our state, this reliable source of income was critical for their financial stability. The farmer gets paid for something they produce. Hungry people get healthy and nutritious foods. This cut is taking money out of the pockets of farmers and food from hungry people. Moving to the bill before us, what House Republicans have proposed will further take food from the mouths of hungry people in America and around the world. They will make it harder for small farmers to make ends meet and increase water infrastructure and housing costs for rural Americans. At a time when families around the country are struggling with the high cost of living paycheck to paycheck, they have trouble buying food. They have trouble providing health care for their families, housing, and so many other essentials. House Republicans are paying for a billionaire tax cut by cutting the women, infants, and children fruit and vegetable benefit. $4.5 trillion for the billionaires and the biggest corporations. I'll bet those folks get 3 squares a day and can purchase all the fruit and vegetable products that they need for themselves and their families. My God. Think about it, my friends. Think about what's being done in this bill. Fruits and vegetables for vulnerable families are not waste. Forcing people into hunger does not create efficiency. And despite the lip service Republicans pay to rural Americans, this bill cuts investments in rural America, including grants that help hardworking Americans buy homes in rural areas, programs to help build drinking and wastewater infrastructure in the most disadvantaged rural communities. This bill turns our back on people around the world who are facing famine, with the lowest funding level for Food for Peace since 2002, and it pulls the rug out from under our farmers who provide the food for those hunger programs. This will cause more conflict. It jeopardizes national security. Food aid is an incredibly important tool to keep America safe. When you see the bags of food and flour coming through when we visit these countries, and it says USA, that shows not only our generosity, but the power of the United States. That will be traded for food aid that comes from China. Instead of focusing on ways to help lower the cost of living and help farmers and hardworking people, House Republicans are using this bill to eliminate protections for small meat and poultry producers against large corporations that have dominated the market, forced small producers out of business, and price gouged consumers. 4 companies control over 80% of the beef market. 4 companies control 70% of the pork industry, and 4 companies control more than half of the chicken industry. House Republicans' bill will let these major companies dominate the market, grow their power, increase prices on the backs of hardworking Americans. House Republicans have included many poison pill riders that have no chance of being enacted, including a tax on women's health, corporate giveaways, anti-energy efficiency, and nutrition restrictions. These provisions only serve to make it more difficult to come to a final agreement that can become law. This bill does not support farmers. It does not support workers. It does not support families or hungry people. This bill supports corporations, billionaires. It cuts critical assistance in order to hand them yet another tax cut, $4.5 trillion. I cannot support this bill. It's my hope that it can be improved so that it does support our farmers, our families, and our communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Henson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to my colleagues. I know we're all running on a little bit of fumes this morning, but our chairman pointed out that our farmers are up early feeding and fueling the world, so I think we can power on through as well. In Iowa, we know agriculture is the foundation for our economy, and this bill provides
Gentlelady,
farmers...
suspend. Could we have a little more quiet? Very difficult with the background noise. Thank you very much. Gentlelady may resume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we know we need to be providing farmers with the support that they need to continue to feed and fuel the world. And in this bill, I believe we are striking that balance because Americans sent us here to make very tough decisions, just as Iowa families have to do when they put together their budgets. I think this bill recognizes the importance of fiscal discipline while investing in the programs that support hardworking families and farmers in Iowa. This is a national security issue. Food security is national security. And so this bill also rejects funding for misguided priorities like climate hubs or climate core, and instead invests in programs that improve our competitiveness and also help support food security. It maintains policies to support our national security from bad actors, adding the Secretary of Agriculture to CFIUS, providing additional funding for the Farm Service Agency to improve oversight of foreign purchases of agricultural land, and also includes my language to ensure that USDA is protecting our food supply chain from disruptions caused by China. I recently had a chance to visit a seed mill in my district. I looked all around at the packages they had, and most of them had Chinese language on them. So that is something we absolutely must do. This bill also supports the Trump administration's efforts to lower egg prices and stop the spread of high-path avian influenza, providing $65 million for avian health initiatives at APHIS and continuing to support USDA's efforts on vaccine research while ensuring that poultry and egg trade is not disrupted in this process. So I appreciate that we are continuing to acknowledge the importance of investing in ag research at the same time as being fiscally responsible for taxpayers, cutting that wasteful spending and that red tape, and again, continuing to invest in priorities that will help my district continue to help feed and fuel the world. So I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this bill. Look forward to robust conversation today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized for general remarks on the bill. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, wait. I'll gladly yield.
Distinguished gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wish to draw attention to some real serious concerns I have about this bill. As you know, I represent the state of South Carolina. One congressional district of it, but the state. And I noticed that in Chairman Harris's presentation here and in this bill, I think it's section 755. I have real concerns about that, and I think there's going to be an amendment put up by the gentlelady from New Jersey to delete that. Now, I know it's not going to be deleted, but I want everybody to really focus on why we are where we are. I used to run the South Carolina Commission for Farm Workers, and what we now call rural development was Farmers Home Administration. And Farmers Home Administration administered farm loans to people in rural areas. And when I was running that agency back in the 1960s, we could not get a single farm housing loan under the, I think it's called Section 504. Not a single one could we get for African Americans out of that program. That's what got us to where we are, needing programs like DEI. And so I want us to understand that that's not isolated. We're going to be talking about rural development. We're going to be talking about funding other rural programs. And I just want to point out a recent study by the Department of Agriculture said that these schools in these rural areas, the 1890 land-grant schools in Florida, underfunded by $1.9 billion. That's money that those schools that Florida A&M was supposed to get, and it did not get. My alma mater, South Carolina State, $469 million they were supposed to get, and it didn't get. And I could go through all of these schools, and I will tell you, you will have billions of dollars that did not get. And DEI is supposed to develop efforts to correct that. This is nothing that someone is given. This money was earmarked to them. For the same reason, the state of South Carolina did not provide my daddy an education beyond the 7th grade. How do we correct that? We are trying to do some corrective measures with this legislation, and so I don't call it woke. There's nothing woke about that. when we are trying to correct, we know what these problems were. When Social Security was created back in the 1930s, 1935, it excluded domestic workers. It excluded farm workers. 65% of African Americans in this country were working in those two categories and could not be a part of Social Security. And we call that the greatest anti-poverty program ever created. And maybe it was, but it excluded people of color in the South. And we know that. I didn't mention it's almost over $300 million that Maryland, University of Maryland Eastern Shore did not get, that they were entitled to because the state was not giving the money. So when the federal government sent the money down there and the state didn't give it to them, then we are trying to correct that. And I want to say I'm proud of my governor. He was the first governor to endorse Trump. But when this study came out, he said, I can't write a check for the $500 million we owe you, but I'm going to do what is necessary to correct that. So he created some DEI programs so that those schools, that school that got underfunded, now they're going to have a new library when the library was outdated. They're going to have new dormitories so they can get students. That's what DEI is all about. It's not giving anybody anything that they don't deserve. It's trying to correct those, let's just say, discriminatory efforts that took place for years. 300 years of slavery. So let's just look at this. Let's be serious. Now I'm going to thank Chairman Rogers. Chairman Rogers and I got together back in 2009 and said we were not going to let a bill go forward to stop the so-called Great Recession if it did not do something to protect these rural communities that got left out of the Great Depression. We came up with 10, 20, 30, saying at least 10% of all this money should be targeted to those communities. About 20% or more of the population been stuck beneath the poverty level for the last 30 years. That's what the Census Bureau says makes for a persistent poverty community. And so we say if you appropriate this money, at least 10% of it must be targeted to these communities. That's DEI. That's trying to correct something that was unfairly done. And we know that was the case. And for us to come here and make a mockery out of DEI, for us to come here and call these programs woke, for us to come here and say it's all right for my daddy to be denied an education beyond the 7th grade, and we aren't going to do anything to correct that. And if you do anything to correct that, it is DEI and ought not be done. We know what the history of this country is. You know how long slavery, 244 years, we had slavery in this country. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry for going over, and maybe at some other time as we're going through these amendments, I'll get a chance to speak, but I just want us to keep in mind that DEI is not anything that's bad. It's a corrective measure that all of us ought to be proud of, and it ain't woke. We have been asleep too long. Yeah.
Appreciate the gentleman's remarks. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first thank everybody for your participation and patience yesterday, but also to recognize the staff on this subcommittee for all their hard work. But I rise because I can't stay silent about the reckless, cruel priorities that are reflected in this bill. This legislation doesn't just fail working families, it betrays them. At a time when Americans are battling higher grocery prices, rising housing costs, and shrinking paychecks, Republicans bring us a bill that takes food off their table, abandons rural communities, and gifts corporate monopolies more unchecked power. Let's be clear. This bill slashes funding for nutrition, undermines family farms, and shreds our global leadership on food security. It cuts the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children by $100 million. That's That's a direct attack on 6.7 million women and children who rely on this program to survive. It also slashes the fruit and vegetable benefit by 10%, because apparently Republicans think babies should eat less broccoli and carrots, because that's a good idea. That's a high priority that we should make sure we legislate. And while toddlers get food yanked off their plates, who gets spared? Big ag monopolies. That's who gets spared. This bill eliminates key protections implemented to protect small and mid-sized meat and poultry producers from predatory practices by giant agribusinesses. That's not deregulation. It's propping up mega companies against mom-and-pop operations. When 4 companies control 85% of the beef market and prices keep rising while their profits continue to soar, that's not, quote, the market working. It's naked collusion. And this bill doubles down on that. For the farmers in our communities, especially the ones not backed by a Wall Street portfolio, this bill is a gut punch. It cuts Farm Service Agency staffing, making it harder to access disaster relief, conservation programs, and the basic help they're entitled to under law. And if that's not enough, the bill decimates the FDA, slashing more than $300 million from the very agency responsible for ensuring that the food we eat and the medicine we take is safe. So while families just try to make ends meet, this bill would leave them guessing if their groceries are tainted or their prescriptions are safe and effective. That is just shameful. Initially, this bill even actually zeroed out funding for the Pet and Women's Safety or PAWS program. That's a life-saving bipartisan effort that provides emergency shelter for domestic violence survivors who need to flee with their pets. Abusers know exactly how to control their vulnerable victims. They threaten their even more vulnerable pets, and they use them as leverage. PAWS lets survivors flee without leaving a beloved animal behind to be harmed or killed. And I'm thankful that the majority agreed to my request to add back half of the funding. But without the full funding, more abused women will have to choose between their own safety and their beloved pet. So I do hope that as we move forward, as the chairman has said, these bills will look very different. We can restore the full $3 million as we move forward. This funding literally saves lives. This Republican bill also turns its back on America's legacy of feeding the world. Food for Peace, a proud U.S. tradition since Republican President Eisenhower, is slashed to its lowest level in over 20 years. Millions of children would face famine worldwide. And instead of delivering life-saving aid, this bill lets American-grown food rot in warehouses and has our global adversaries fill the leadership and humanitarian vacuum. This isn't fiscal responsibility, it's fiscal cruelty. If we were serious about balancing budgets, we wouldn't hand out tax cuts to billionaires while cutting food for pregnant women and babies. I could fill our hearing with the pain these cuts will cause, but I'll share just one about a Hollywood, Florida mom who is also a college student. That's in my district. When she spoke to my office, she was very clear. She can't be a mom and a college student without SNAP. And we know that food help will springboard her and her child into a better life. Yet this bill makes all of that harder, just so the rich don't have to pay their fair share. Let's be frank. This bill wages economic warfare on working people, and it specifically targets women, kids, farmers, and public health. Democrats will not stand by while Republicans try to ram through an appropriations bill that rewards corporate power and punishes families. We will continue to fight for a budget that reflects America's value of fairness, safety, opportunity, and basic human decency. And I urge my colleagues to reject this heartless, reckless bill, come back with something that actually meets the cost of living crisis families are facing right now, and actually serves the people we were sent here to represent. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer is recognized for general remarks about the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
This thing hates me. It really hates me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There's language in this committee report accompanying the bill that says, and I quote, "The committee recognizes the importance of strengthening local and regional food systems to enhance food security, support producers, and stimulate rural economies." The report also directs the Agriculture Department to ensure that institutions and providers can easily identify and procure from local producers. A noble goal, one that I think most of us share. The only problem? This bill does the opposite. It helps the administration terminate federal programs vital to accomplishing those objectives. That includes the local food purchase assistance program, which helps food banks buy fresh produce and other goods directly from local farmers and producers to help feed people. Between 23 and 24, that program allowed the Maryland Food Bank to provide an additional 5.6 million meals to people throughout my state and district. Additionally, since we established the program through the American Rescue Plan, supported only by Democrats, it has also allowed the Capital Area Food Bank to distribute more than 3 million peoples to hungry people. That same program also helps dozens of Maryland farmers and business. The Trump administration is ending the local food purchase assistance program in November. I guess after that, nobody will be hungry or fed. He plans to end similar federal initiatives like emergency feeding program and local food for schools program. Now, normally I would continue, but at this point in time, I want to yield my balance of my time to my friend Jim Clyburn.
Thank you so much for yielding me the time. Let me just be clear. When I talk about this program, I'm not talking about anything that can be called partisan. Let's take a look at where this need is. There are about 500 counties in the United States of America that fall in the category of being a persistent poverty county. If you are living in South Carolina, that may be African American. But if you're living in New Mexico, it is more Latinos. If you're living in Alaska, it's Native American. If you're living in Kentucky, it's white Americans. Harold, I don't remember, Mr. Chairman, at the time we did this, you had 24 counties in your congressional district. 22 of them fell into this category. And if you look at the record, you will see that 2/3 of those 500 counties are represented in this Congress by Republicans. So this is not a partisan thing here. This is us directing this money where it's needed. So if I were to look at the land grant school in Kentucky, Kentucky State University, they would benefit from this. And so I would love to join the Chairman Harris, and let's, rather than eliminating this DEI effort, let's substitute 10, 20, 30 for it so we can direct this money into communities of needs, and it will benefit people based upon need rather than greed. Now you're back.
I thank the gentleman for his comments. I've been thinking a lot about Bible verse recently. James 2:15-18. I use this pretty regularly. Suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it, James said. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include the balance of my comments in the record.
Without
But
objection.
I join my friend, Mr. Clyburn, in his impassioned and correct plea with respect to recognizing the past may be prologue, but if we forget it, it will be a disaster. I yield back.
Thank both gentlemen for their comments. Chair now recognizes Mr. Newhouse of Washington for general remarks about the bill.
Recognition. I hope everybody got plenty of sleep last night. I know I did, kind of. And to help you open your eyes, courtesy of Newhouse Farms, you'll find some fresh Washington State cherries in the break room. Sorry I didn't bring more, but that's all my wife and I could pick and carry on the plane. So I also just want to mention too, I'm one of two members of the committee. Shelley Pingree is the other, that we serve on both the Authorizing and the Appropriations Committee. I believe I'm not leaving anybody out, which is a tremendous honor and responsibility. We have the good, good fortune to represent the agricultural industry in a bipartisan way, and I appreciate that working relationship. But I want to rise today in support of this bill. I certainly appreciate the work of the committee, of the chairman, and certainly all the subcommittee staff that put a lot of time into crafting what we have in front of us. And just a couple things that I just would like to mention. First of all, the specialty crop and organic industries are highlighted in this bill. I'm very appreciative of that. One of my priorities is agricultural research, and we double down on that as well as marketing. It facilitates the move, and this is something that many of us are interested in, that facilitates the move of the Food for Peace program to USDA and maintains strong funding for that important program. Another priority of mine over the years has been the concerns we have with foreign ownership of agricultural land. This legislation will add the Secretary of Agriculture to CFIUS to help address those concerns. So those are some of the things that I just wanted to point out real quickly that are priorities of mine that are included in this bill. Again, thank the work of the chairman for those things, but also for something else. He and I and the staff over the past year have worked very hard to protect the industrial hemp industry while closing loopholes that were created in the 2018 Farm Bill. So I want to thank everybody for the efforts working on that issue. I think that we've come to a very reasonable outcome. So for those reasons, and there's many more, but just to be brief this morning, not to utilize all my time, just want to say I support today's bill before us. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum's recognized for general comments about the bill.
Mr. Chair, I rise sadly in opposition to this year's Agricultural Rural Development, FDA and related agencies bills. Since January, the Trump administration has taken attempts to undermine many of the programs that affect the daily lives of our people that we represent in this bill. Now it appears that this committee is about to follow President Trump's lead in taking away from our communities the commitments that we made in other legislation to help the American people stay healthy. This bill undercuts the support that Americans rely on to put food on their tables, and that our farmers need for our agriculture communities to be economically strong. This bill cuts the Food and Drug Administration by $322 million. That's nearly a 10% cut. It cuts $100 million from the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children. We call it WIC, but it's women, infants, and children. And it reduces fresh fruit and vegetable voucher program that gets nutritious food to our seniors. And believe me, the seniors in my district rely on that voucher. It also cuts funding to our research and agricultural services. Here are some of the cuts that have already happened under this administration. In my home state of Minnesota, nearly $20 million in USDA food purchasing agreements were terminated by President Trump and DOGE. One of these grants was $13 million to a local food for schools child care cooperative agreement. Now, this is money that our schools and child care institutions were using to purchase locally grown foods. It was a win-win. Children were eating healthy, and it helped support the workers in our child care industry. Providing healthy meals, supporting daycare, supporting local farmers all at the same time. That's a win. But now it's been cut. Without these federal dollars, the cost to state and local governments is going to rise. Minnesota taxpayers, they're going to feel the impact. Again, in states like Minnesota, every child can access school meals at no cost. No hunger, no shame. And that's thanks to our governor and our state legislature for using the federal resources wisely, getting the biggest bang for the buck. Last week, I held a town hall meeting, and we focused on the impacts of the big, beautiful bill. I had explained to my constituents I wasn't being facetious. That's what it's called, the big, beautiful bill. And then Open Cupboard, a food shelf with locations in Oakdale and Maplewood, two of the cities that I represent. They shared that SNAP serves 9 meals for every 1 meal that's served by a food shelf. So 9 to 1, SNAP, food shelf. So they supplement. Well, we need these hunger solutions and we need to work on them together, because when SNAP and WIC are cut, more people in our communities will go hungry and they will go to those food shelves and those numbers will turn around. It will be the food shelf providing more meals than SNAP. I'm concerned that this administration has also made some interesting soft cuts to the FDA. It's kept offices open, but it's removed nearly all the staff. Maybe they're getting ready to shut it down, but here's an example. The FDA's Office of Minority Health and Health Equity, the office has had its staff reduced from 13 to 1. Now, I'm going to give you an example of what this cut means. In my district, there's a nonprofit. It's called Beautywell. And now it's without an effective partner because of the staff cuts in FDA. Beautywell works to educate communities of color about the danger of using skin lightening products, which is on the rise. It's not just immigrant communities. It is young women using these skin lightening products. They contain harmful heavy metals, chemicals that permanently damage your skin. Your skin is the most important organ. We don't think of it as an organ because it's on the outside, but it's the most important organ to our body. In 2023, a study conducted by Northwestern University pointed out that 20% of the women reported using skin lighteners at some point, and it's on the rise. They're not regulated well, and people don't understand how harmful they are. In the same study, only 23% who use skin lightening products, they even talked to a medical provider to even say that they were using them. A medical provider would tell them to stop if they knew. And that's where this nonprofit bridged the gap. Beautywell educated people. These people will now be left behind. There'll be more skin damage. The blindness can be caused. It is a horrific thing that happens to the skin when these products are used. I wish that we were protecting the FDA to protect these women. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to everyone who's worked hard to put this bill together. I'm disappointed that I can't support this bill. The Agriculture Appropriations Committee, and this bill is my second favorite subcommittee, after, of course, the work I do with Mr. Simpson in the Interior bill. And I am sorry that this bill isn't a better piece of work from this committee. One of the things I love about this bill is that we're really focusing on farmers and what people eat. And we need to ask ourselves, as we look at this bill in its entirety, what are we doing to help our farmers stay on their farms, to access capital, to be sure that they can purchase or own a farm, to increase their family income, to make ends meet, and to keep their farms in business during these ever-challenging times, to make farms make ends meet and to be able to stay. The reason you'll hear a lot today, and we've already heard some, about the cuts to the local food purchase assistance program and the local foods and schools programs, and I'm going to talk about it today in much more detail in an amendment, is because it is such a good example of a program that was designed to give farmers contracts to supply food to local schools, food banks, and other entities in our home states. We spend so much time talking about how to get more healthy foods in our diets, how to make sure we give farmers the contracts they need. And for the farmers in Maine who lost those contracts when this was ridiculously cut, it was part of making ends meet. It was part of their winter income, as part of what they had planned for. Everything from yogurt to carrots to apples to a whole variety of other things. And that was true in states across the country. And we've ended that program. And that is an example of something that we should be doing the reverse of in this program. There are other cuts to making sure people get healthy food in their diet. The cuts to WIC fruits and vegetables that we will talk about more in an amendment today. 14,000 families use WIC in my state. That's a lot in a state of only 1.3 million people. And again, this is a way to make sure we have healthier fruits and vegetables, better health outcomes for young children in their diet. You know, this is the administration of MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. And how do we expect to make America healthy if we are not going to make sure that people get that healthy food in their diet? Housing is another cut in this bill. Housing is a number 1 or 2 issue for so many people in my state, the cost of housing, the challenges with finding affordable housing. And we are making cuts there, $46 million of cuts overall to rural development staffing. I have a constituent in my district, Hillary, who was disabled in her 40s. She was getting a home through an RD loan. It's her only viable pathway to home ownership. She's taken all the steps she needs to, completed her homebuyer education, submitted her paperwork on time, but after years of delays, because of funding cuts, she's finally where she should be, but there is no staff to process her loan, to answer the phone. Her calls and emails are going unanswered, and it is a question about whether or not she will get to the finish line. Those staffing cuts are throughout our districts and our local offices, and we talk about how to make sure our farmers are able and eligible to get the funding, whether it is through a conservation program, through a loan, but so many of our offices now are understaffed and underfunded, and I know we will be talking more about that. We'll talk about the cuts. The Dairy Farmers Innovation Program. In my state, dairy farmers are under assault, just barely making it. Now, so many of the amendments we'll have today, we're going to hear this reply, oh, that's just woke Democratic thinking, or that's climate change agenda, or that's pre-pandemic money or pandemic money that we don't need anymore. But you know what? We learned a lot of lessons in the pandemic. We learned that our supply chains were broken, that we should buy more locally. That's why we have these programs, yet we're having them cut out from under us. When we talk about conservation funds and the cuts there, or the climate change agenda, as if it's some woke thing. Who deserves more attention than our farmers who are dealing with this extreme weather? That is our responsibility. And these programs that help them to access no-till agriculture or cover crops or more irrigation or a whole variety of other things are the very things that we should be funding now. Our farmers deserve our attention. This is not woke. This is not some crazy liberal climate change agenda. This is what's really going on with our weather right now. And we are derelicting our duty. We are not holding up our responsibility to farmers and to making sure our constituents get that healthy food. We'll have many opportunities to talk about this today. I'm sorry, I have to oppose this bill. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood's recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Chairman, I strongly oppose the fiscal year 2026 Agriculture, Rural Development, and FDA Appropriations bill that we are considering today. Once again, Republicans are turning their backs on hungry families, rural communities, and public health. This bill raises costs for families, betrays our farmers, threatens food access for hard-working Americans, and endangers the health and well-being of our children and communities. Let me make this clear. This bill ignores the fact that the tobacco industry is preying on our children and poisoning our communities. It disregards the needs of women seeking medical care. It turns its back on mothers and babies who rely on access to fruits and vegetables. This bill leaves the American people behind. Remember, don't listen to what Republicans say. Watch what they do. Republicans say they want to make America healthy again. But instead, in this bill, Republicans bend the knee to big tobacco. This bill is so extreme, it blocks the FDA from finalizing a common sense rule to ensure that tobacco products are not contaminated with foreign substances like glass, fingernails, rocks, dirt, and mold. If my Republican colleagues cannot even take a stand against cigarettes with fingernails in them, then their position is clear. They are more preoccupied with pleasing the president's friends and donors in the tobacco industry than protecting public health. Now, Republicans in the Trump administration will say they care about protecting women, but what they are doing is launching an unprecedented attack on mifepristone, an essential medication that medical experts describe as among the safest medications being used today. At FDA Commissioner McCary's confirmation hearing, he said he had, quote, no plans to take action on mifepristone. But when a group that sat on Project 2025's advisory board issued a non-peer-reviewed report conveniently timed after that hearing with junk methodology written by anti-abortion activists with no scientific or medical expertise, what did Commissioner McCary do? He suddenly changed course and became, quote, committed to conducting a review of mifepristone. This bait and switch is dangerous and wasteful. My Republican colleagues say that they care about family values, using federal dollars wisely, controlling costs, and supporting everyday Americans. But again, this bill says a different story. What they are doing is flat funding the WIC program, even as costs rise and needs grow. This bill slashes the cash value benefit for fruits and vegetables, snatching healthy foods from the plates of pregnant moms and babies in their most critical years. That is the complete opposite of fiscal responsibility. When kids don't get the nutrition that they need early in life and moms don't have healthy pregnancies, the costs don't disappear, guys. They show up later as preterm birth, as developmental delays, as ER visits, and ballooning Medicaid bills. That is not smart budgeting. That's kicking the can down the road and letting families, American families, pay the price. Now, it's not just families who will suffer. No, these cuts hit small farmers too. The ones without high-powered corporate lobbyists, the ones just trying to feed their neighbors and keep their heads above water. This is not saving money in the long term. This is not efficient. And this certainly is not making America healthy. Republicans will say, well, these are just the tough choices. But somehow, the tough choices always fall hardest on low-income moms and kids, never on the billionaires. Let's not forget the same people claiming fiscal discipline just voted for a reconciliation bill that adds $2.4 trillion to the deficit. Republicans say that they care about rural America, but this bill guts support for small farmers. They say they care about families, but they're cutting food for babies. They say they care about health, but they're shielding big tobacco and they're attacking reproductive health care. So I'll say it again. Don't just listen to what Republicans say, watch what they do. Because what they're doing with this bill is cruel, it's cynical, and it's dangerous. I urge my colleagues to reject this assault on families, on farmers, and on our future. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Ranking Member. My district has some of the highest rates of food insecurity in the nation, Mr. Chair. 1 in 4 Bronx residents face food insecurity, which is 1.7 times greater than the state average. It has 300,000 residents that receive food stamps, 30% of which are children. They rely on nutritional benefits to keep food on the table for their families. Now, let's go through this in a very practical and sensible way, Mr. Chairman. What does food stamps provide for families? What it provides really is $6.89 per day, not per hour, per day. If you get food stamps, what you're getting is $6.89 per day. Now, what can you get? Let's go. I mean, I know it's 11:30 and it feels like lunchtime, but since we were here till 3 o'clock in the morning last night, let's go through the McDonald's breakfast menu. I know many of you have an affinity towards McDonald's, although it's not healthy. But you get a Mac attack every once in a while. I know that. And so let's go through the prices. If you wake up and you want a sausage, egg, McMuffin deal, that's $9.79. You can't get that with $6.89 per day. If you want a big breakfast with hotcakes, If you want the hot cakes, that will cost you $9.79. You cannot get that with $6.89. If you want sausage, eggs, and cheese McGriddle, that meal is $10.69. You certainly cannot get that with $6.89. And if you're really daring, and I know many of you have the money to do that because I saw what you reported this year. I know that you got the money in your pockets to really get the steak, egg, cheese, bagel meal. That's $13.19. You certainly cannot get that, Mr. Chairman, with $6.89. So what food stamps provide you, you cannot get even a breakfast at McDonald's, given these prices. And instead of working to address these disparities, Republicans and President Trump have spent their time passing a bill that will bring $300 billion in cuts to food stamps, the largest in our nation's history, making it so that a single mom, a senior, a family cannot even get breakfast at McDonald's, Mr. Chairman. That is unforgivable. Now, given the fact that the minimum wage is $7.25, Americans can't even get that at any given hour of the day. In fact, when they go to McDonald's, if they go there at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m., their first hour's worth of wages won't be able to give them enough money to buy any of these meals that we're thinking of right now because we were here at 3 a.m. in the morning, and we're thinking breakfast as opposed to lunch. If I go through the lunch menu, I guarantee you that it will be even less. Mr. Chairman, to vote for this bill will be a disservice to the American people that we have promised to help, the neediest among us. We're taking from the poor to give to the rich, and then you go to church on Sundays. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill and the others that we will consider over the upcoming weeks do not actually reflect the commitment of this government to the people it represents. This is largely an exercise in diversion, in deflecting attention away from the true aims of the Republican majority when it comes to government funding. I'm here to tell the truth behind this bill, as they will continue to paint a narrative that these spending bills are not harming the American people. Despite what is in this bill, there will be significant cuts to basic needs programs over the next 10 years if the Republican budget resolution is ultimately enacted, which I understand is a bit more complicated since the breakup. And yet, even by the low standards set, this measure falls short. A social safety network is only as strong as its weakest programs. This bill weakens the programs to put food on the tables of everyday Americans. It increases the cost for farmers by cutting direct loans to help them. It cuts their support system that helps them access government resources. It hurts mothers, their children and infants by limiting the ability for WIC recipients to purchase fruits and vegetables. And let me remind my colleagues that WIC is not just another line item in a budget. It is a lifeline, providing nutrition support to nearly 7 million low-income pregnant women, new mothers, infants, and young children. At a time when food costs remain high and families continue to feel the pressure of inflation, any proposed cuts to WIC threatens to undercut decades of bipartisan progress on child nutrition and maternal health. This is the spirit that embodies this bill. cutting funds and justifying them through a callous allegiance to fiscal responsibility and Trumpism. It is clear that actions through Congress in this reconciliation bill, the president's budget, and this appropriations bill threaten to put food even further out of the reach for people at every stage of life, from babies to seniors. Food and nutrition assistance programs are critical and crucial to keep people strong and secure in every congressional district. And for our edification, I'd like to direct our chairman of the subcommittee, Representative Andy Harris, that in your district, there are 34,114 households that rely on SNAP, which is 11% of your district and represents 309,000 plus households. And specifically, the towns of Eastern Shore has one of the highest amounts of food insecurity in this district, where over 1 in 3 of the food insecurity population are children. Somerset County, 17.8%. Dorchester County, 15%. Wisconsin County, 14.1%. It is important to raise these issues and these statistics in your districts, Mr. Harris, and to my Republican colleagues, because you all failed to do that and to uphold your responsibility to ensure that the nutritional needs of babies and elderly and people are not supported. So when and if you don't want to raise those issues in your district, I'll make sure that my staff looks up the information and shares it with this country. This is a poorly designed, poorly conceived, poorly envisioned, cruel bill, and I oppose it. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me begin by acknowledging the importance of today's deliberations. I, like each of you, believe in the importance of fiscal responsibility. I also recognize that for our nation, true long-term fiscal and economic security begins with meaningful investments in the food and housing stability of American families. We're told by my friends across the aisle that this bill is responsible and holds the line on spending. But the truth is, it does so by cutting straight through the core of our nutrition assistance efforts in this country. It shortchanges many programs that allow working families access to a healthy diet. The bill is anything but responsible. But that's not even the most irresponsible part of this effort. The bill, as my colleagues have before me mentioned, doesn't exist in a vacuum. It follows closely on the heels of the House reconciliation bill. If we're going to have an honest conversation about fiscal responsibility, we cannot ignore the false economy of balancing the budget by denying basic nutrition to the families who need it most. Nowhere is that contradiction more evident than the treatment of essential nutrition programs like the WIC program. This bill fails to fully fund the fruit and vegetable benefit under the WIC program, a lifeline for nearly 7 million low-income pregnant women, infants, and children. 7 million. This program is undoubtedly one of the most cost-effective public health investments we can make. Every dollar we invest in WIC today pays dividends and reduced spending on Medicaid, hospital visits, and chronic disease. So why, under the banner of fiscal discipline, are we targeting a program that saves money and invests in the long-term interests of all Americans? At the same time, my colleagues across the aisle advanced a separate reconciliation bill that slashes the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program by hundreds of billions of dollars. That's not fiscal prudence. That's a coordinated assault on food assistance in this country. The reconciliation bill makes radical changes. It forces states to shoulder the cost of SNAP benefits they can't afford, punishes people for administrative errors they didn't cause, and expands work requirements in ways that will take food away from older workers and parents raising children. I've seen the marketing material in the memos that go with this bill. My majority colleagues argue the bill before us protects vulnerable Americans. You cannot say you're protecting vulnerable Americans in one bill and exposing them to greater harm in another. It is hypocrisy at its finest. And we come here to this markup and act like it's business as usual. It is not. We need to stop pretending these are separate conversations. They are two sides of the same coin, and that coin is being used to give tax breaks to billionaires. If this Congress is serious about investing in America, we would not be considering this proposal, and we would not be taking fruit and vegetables away from children. We would be investing in nutrition, investing in our families, not retreating from them. And I urge my colleagues to reject this proposal, go back to the drawing board, and present a bill that is worthy of the American government and invests in American families. With that, I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capters, recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. And to my colleagues, I rise sadly because I really love agriculture, and this is not a bill that moves our country forward. I'm blessed to represent a region that can feed itself. The soils are magnificent, and we have the bounty of fresh water. And we could easily feed ourselves if the system worked to that end. But the current system of agriculture does not produce that end. The purpose of a federal agriculture bill should be to enable a system of agriculture in our nation to assure our people's well-being. And they should be able to afford that sustenance, as Mr. Espaillat referenced. And we should be able to keep our fields healthy with regenerative soils when we're done with the production year. And currently, that has been really hard to achieve across our region. It's been made harder. We had a lot of crop losses in 7 of the 8 counties I represent last year, and because of the delays in Congress's doing their work on time and the new administration not being able to get checks out, the crop insurance losses the farmers have not been made whole. And they've had to go into the fields again at high risk, not knowing what kind of bill we might produce and the administration might deliver on. How shameful is that? Agriculture is about food, fiber, forestry, fuels, and financing of all of these, F. And they all have to work together. It's like a beautiful concerto on a piano. And that doesn't always happen. And the fact that we are delayed, I have never seen the Congress in this situation in my entire career. This hurts America. This hurts our ability to feed our people and to do everything that we promise in the agriculture bill. Now, in my region, we've been trying very, very hard to develop new markets for farmers, and by golly, we've done it. Half the corn and soy in my region now goes into fuels, into biodiesel, into ethanol. We're at the beginning of a new energy age, and the Department of Agriculture is a partner in that effort. One of the sad parts about what has been happening, however, with agriculture in our country is that local farmers are being ignored. It seems like the Chicago futures market is more important, and the big integrators that process pork, let's say, the big companies that trade on Wall Street, and they're shutting out local farmers, local production. We can't even get local production into our school food programs and into our senior food programs. The largest amount of money that comes to USDA, other than crop insurance in my region, is $1 billion across Ohio's north for our school nutrition programs. Imagine if that $1 billion could go into the pockets of the farmers that are producing food in my region. We can't seem to figure that out as a country. We can have a whole big project to go to Mars, but we can't figure out a way to use the resources of USDA in order to empower our local farmers. I'm really disappointed in our country that we have not been, and I'm hoping that Chair Harris of this committee, we've talked about this, we re-empower our local farmers because, friends, we don't have a new generation of farmers. They're getting squeezed out every year. The ones that are currently farming, they're saints, and they're making their money through fuels, not by selling food to people across our region. And that's a problem, and it's a big problem. And we can't get their product on the shelves because the supermarkets, those big conglomerates, have slotting fees. You have to pay $5. You ever wonder why? I hate to use one word, but the well-known names of soda pop in our country, let's just say that. Look at where they sit on the shelf. They have to pay slotting fees in every store in this country, one of those big integrated stores. Local producers can't do that. And so we've been trying to empower our farmers markets, our downtown farmers markets, and we're making progress. But USDA behaves like we're not even there. Shame on them. I recently heard from a young farming family in my district. They run a regenerative farm, Oaks and Sprouts. Oaks and Sprouts. They grow garlic, tomatoes, lettuce, squash, and raising poultry and dairy. And through, and other members have mentioned this morning, USDA's Local Food Purchase Assistance Program that this bill effectively ends, they secured a modest contract, to supply fresh local produce to area food pantries. I'd like to help empower them to supply our schools and to give healthy foods to our kids. You know what the kids in my district, I don't care if they live in a wealthy community or if they live in a poor community, I say, how do you grade the food here in this school? And it's provided through money from USDA. F. They said F minus, another D minus in the rural countryside. Something is really wrong. And you look at the rising diabetes rates among our kids and so forth, and what's going on with our seniors, shame on us. And it's on us, on the agricultural committees in this Congress, to do a better job, and we're not doing it. We need to have legislation to support local food purchase and procurement, and we need to empower our food banks to contract with local farmers. That won't happen in this bill, shame on us, but it needs to happen so that the places in America that can produce, do produce. So I would just say, I expected a lot. This bill isn't it, and I will say to the chair of the subcommittee, we're willing to work forward, but this bill doesn't do it. Thank you, and I yield back. Vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Levins, recognized for general remarks about the bill.
Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, I rise in opposition to this bill. I'm deeply concerned that this bill will increase costs for hardworking families and for farmers all across the country. This bill drastically underfunds programs that our farmers rely on to grow a resilient and productive food system. And it slashes funding for programs that help families put food on the table. All of this is particularly concerning at a time when Americans are getting hammered by inflation, caused in part by on-again, off-again tariffs and deep economic uncertainty. I'm particularly worried about this bill's drastic cuts and rescissions to the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which farmers trust to help them decide on the best programs and practices to meet their goals, like soil health and water quality or conservation in a personalized way. These cuts will make our food system less resilient and our farmers less secure in the face of ever-worsening extreme weather events. And this bill completely lacks safeguards to protect the American people from the detrimental impacts of DOGE, which is shutting down access to critical government services and accessing personally identifiable data. As members of Congress, we need to reassert our power of the purse, as we talked about last night or early this morning, reassert our power of the purse, and ensure that we're still a co-equal branch of government. And this debate isn't theoretical. I hear daily from constituents about the chaos and uncertainty that people are feeling right now, making it harder for them to make ends meet. And, for example, when the administration moved to cancel funds for the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement Program, that's a long acronym, LFPA for short, I heard from farmers and our local food banks in my region, our district, in San Diego, about how this will make our food system less resilient. I visited Feeding San Diego, which provides meals to children, seniors, military families, veterans, and more in the San Diego region. LFPA funding helps food banks like Feeding San Diego purchase food grown and produced locally. That's what we want to see, right? We want to see local food purchased. But this cancellation would mean Feeding San Diego would lose 500,000 pounds of food, enough to produce 400,000 meals. It's bad news for families trying to put food on the table. It's bad news for our farmers as well. One farmer from my district shared that because of these actions, their LFPA contract will not renew next year. This program serves a great need, helping families access fresh, healthy, locally grown fruits and vegetables, and it ensures our farmers can produce that for them. And time and again, we've seen a reckless and a cruel cancellation of these essential food assistance programs. This bill, unfortunately, would only make things worse. It eliminates the WIC fruit and vegetable benefit. One of my constituents, Jade from Oceanside, shared how important the WIC fruit and veggie benefit is for her. She says, and I quote, "My family has greatly appreciated the increased fruit and veggie credit. It has made it easier to afford the items my daughter enjoys. Well, my son just turned 5. He still also gets to enjoy his apples and watermelon." Very impressed that the 5-year-old's eating apples and watermelon. As a family, we get to try new vegetables. We've tried asparagus, corn on the cob, and celery. If my 12-year-old is watching this, please try some asparagus, corn on the cob, and celery. Anyway, she continues, "Now when we grocery shop, I can say yes to my daughter when she wants to try a new fruit or vegetable instead of saying maybe next time. Without this credit, I would have to be very strategic with what I can purchase," end quote. We can't just let people like Jade all across this country and her children down. So in sum, I believe this bill is bad for American farmers and it's bad for families like Jade's. I'm afraid that in my view, this bill misses the mark. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized for general comments about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member for their hard work on this bill. It is retort to the 1974 Farm Bill. Wendell Berry, one of the greatest living American thinkers, and not by coincidence also a farmer, wrote, "The most appropriate governmental powers are negative. That is, powers that protect the small and the weak from the great and the powerful, not those by which the government becomes the profligate and ineffectual parent of the small and weak after it has permitted the great and the powerful to make us helpless." The more things change, the more they stay the same. This body has blundered on in the same comfortable, destructive ideology, heedless of the urgency and the wisdom of the relationship many rural Americans foster towards our land, not of sanitized farmers markets and glamping, but an intimate relationship of stewardship and dependency. My family's lived in Washington State for 6 generations, working quarries, farming cranberry bogs, harvesting timber. My mom was born in Forks, Washington, the epicenter of the timber wars during the spotted owl fiasco. And when they shut the woods down, people said a lot of my cousins ate because their daddies were good fishermen. They recently found a dead spotted owl in Portland, Oregon, in an urban park. They did an autopsy. You know what killed that owl? Rodenticide. Do you think anybody at the chemical manufacturing plant lost their job and couldn't feed their kids because of that? It is working people who are being scapegoated and regulated out of the self-determination that is our birthright as Americans. My cousins feed their family farming land they can never afford to buy. I plan to vote against this bill today, but for profoundly different reasons than I hear in defense or support of this bill. What are we doing here? How many grant managers and soil scientists are we going to send to summer camp while my family is forced to sell their farm to the highest bidder? How long will we defend programs advancing choice at the expense of freedom? Look my constituents in the eye and tell him it's in the interest of national health he has 2 approved buyers to sell his poultry to, who control the price of feed and propane. I've heard smug parents boast that their kids know that food doesn't come from the grocery store, it comes from farms. I feel called to remind my colleagues that food doesn't come from a grant writer either. All the clipboards and spreadsheets in the world don't mean a damn without somebody willing to get a sunburn and put a lien on their family home. Before you commit yourself to the righteousness of defending a credentialed expert with fresh tires and air conditioning, I'm asking you to take a pause and question where this system of credentialed expertise has gotten us. Are we healthier, more able to defend ourselves in conflict, more self-reliant, more willing and able to start new families, more trusting of our neighbors, confident, happier? In conversations here on the Hill, I often hear people defend their tenuous relationship with agriculture on the basis of how large their markets are. They produce more gooseberries than any other congressional district in America. I humbly suggest that this committee and their staff consider the invisible graveyard. the families who were squeezed out of farming, shipped their children off the farm and into a rat race, the kitchen tables shunted into the hegemony of Dollar General, where once their neighbors sold them eggs and apples, the dairies held by real estate investment trusts, ostensibly operating vineyards, but contracted to luxury housing developers. And if you won't deal with this on the human level, confront the raw numbers of farm consolidation, on farmer suicide, on school consolidation. What we are doing is not working. And I will not put my name behind it, and I will not put my district's name behind it.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to express my gratitude to staff for all of their hard work on this bill. I am disappointed, though, that I cannot support it. This bill fails our rural communities and vulnerable Americans. I hope we can improve it through the amendment process, and I intend to do everything that I can to improve it. But for now, I cannot support it. I cannot support it because we've seen this administration and the Republican majority gut essential programs for those who need them the most. In El Paso County, we have something called colonias. And for those of you who are not familiar with what colonias are, they are developments largely in the outskirts of a community, largely in the state of Texas. And many people who live in colonias do not have access to water or wastewater. And in fact, they live in what many people compare to third world country conditions. And they were created because in the state of Texas, we have had legislature after legislature that has refused to hold developers accountable to provide water and wastewater to people who plat their land, and instead leave folks to fend for themselves and leave local governments to shoulder the responsibility of lifting these people up out of third world country conditions. Well, a $44 million reduction in water and wastewater funding in this bill will set rural communities like colonias back from the progress that they've made on critical water and wastewater infrastructure. This bill will also increase food insecurity. It includes a 10% cut in the cash value voucher for WIC. WIC, again, is women, infants, and children. This benefit helps mothers and infants get the nutrition they need to stay healthy. And this bill would take this essential benefit away from those who need it the most. In fact, in Texas, we have more than 800,000 women, infants, and children who receive this support, and 36% of El Pasoans are already facing food insecurity. Cuts to essential programs will only make things harder for working families. And I will tell you, the cuts to conservation programs and cuts that address the climate crisis, that will not help farmers. And we don't have to call it the climate crisis. We can call it extreme weather. We can call it whatever anybody wants. But we see it in the fires, in the floods, in the droughts. And we cannot retreat from helping people address this crisis. Our farmers, especially those who are helping put food on our table, they need the support the most. And denying that there's a crisis and retreating from the funds needed to address this crisis will not help our farmers. I know this is the first step in the process. Again, I would urge my colleagues to work with us in a bipartisan manner to improve this bill, restore funding that helps the vulnerable and rural Americans. And I am all in on fiscal responsibility. That's why I don't support massive cuts to millionaires and billionaires. If they pay their fair share, we can fund these programs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mavan, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, Subcommittee Chair Harris, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Bishop for the opportunity to speak. On the fiscal year 2026 Appropriations Act of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies. Throughout my career as an elected official, including as a local official in Northwest Indiana responsible for providing emergency assistance to those in need, often through no fault of their own, I have seen the invaluable use of the benefits support under this legislation, notably through the SNAP program. Recently, for example, in March, a mother of two sought assistance from the Northwest Indiana Food Bank. She shares she had been evicted and was living in her car with her children. The mobile food pantry not only provided her with the food for her and her children, but they connected her with Work One, an Indiana career training and adult education service provider in my district, and directed her to places that were accepting subsidized housing applications. She was then able to obtain housing for her and her family, as well as earn her certificate in nursing assistant certification. In April, the Food Bank of Northwest Indiana received an update from a man who unfortunately turned to substance use following the loss of a loved one. In an effort to turn his life around, he sought out the mobile pantry and prayed they could help him. The food bank was able to help him receive treatment and become sober and obtain employment. He stated that the SNAP program and resources provided him and saved his life. Inadequate investments in these programs not only create barriers to accessing food, but economic opportunities and self-sufficiency. Access to food changes and saves lives. Food banks, faith-based organizations, and other emergency food entities are a lifeline. That is why I'm concerned that this bill continues to level fund TFAP below the authorized level. Costs associated with purchasing, storing, and distributing food continue to rise, straining the resources of our food banks while grocery bills climb and food insecurity becomes more widespread. Recently, the Agriculture Department approved waivers for 3 states, including my home state of Indiana, which would restrict certain foods from SNAP purchases. This bill includes a provision that would allow USDA to determine nutrition standards for SNAP purchasers on a national scale. As I mentioned before, I was a local elected official, and I can tell you that an overwhelming majority of people who utilize food assistance purchase nutritious foods for their households. Additionally, SNAP beneficiaries deserve the same autonomy and dignity of shopping for their diets, which vary from person to person, household to household. Local retailers and grocers have called upon Congress to maintain SNAP choices because they know its impact on their shoppers, community, and the role of federal nutritional programs as an economic driver. In 2023, Indiana retailers redeemed $1.4 billion in SNAP benefits. Implementing restrictions to SNAP purchases will not only harm beneficiaries, but drive up costs for retailers that support the local economy. I am also very concerned regarding changes to the WIC benefits and believe that it is wrong to decrease these benefits that provide fruits and vegetables to young children and mothers, as such is a critical time for them. We must do more to ensure that all women and children in need have the resources they need for healthy child development. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'll just start by being a little snarky. It seems like the Republicans are not satisfied putting 11 million Americans on a starvation diet with what you call your big, beautiful bill, which got SNAP at home, food security. But today you want to export that cruelty globally. It's very sad. Because we all know that food security is more than just nutrition. It's the foundation of human development. When people have reliable access to safe, nutritious food, they become healthier, more capable to learn, more productive, and economies grow. And yet this bill slashes our most powerful tools of U.S. soft power. Food for Peace, it cuts Food for Peace by $788 million, nearly 40% of its budget, reducing it to the lowest level since 2002, even as global AIDS surges. McGovern dole is cut by $20 million, resulting in fewer school meals and diminished child development. These cuts mean more hunger, more disease, more instability, and fewer tools to promote peace around the world. And senior military officials have recognized this for years. Investing in humanitarian aid and development and diplomacy, this is the soft power that reduces the needs for bombs. It's called a force multiplier, because the more you use soft power, the less forces you need in the military. As a former chairman of Joint Chiefs that made it clear, avoiding wars is as important as winning them. Embracing soft power is part of smart power strategy, using both our hard and soft tools to shape secure, sustainable outcomes. And this is not just about safety, folks. It's also about our own prosperity. Last year, we invested nearly $2 billion in food for peace across Africa. By 2050, Africa is going to be 1/4 of our humanity in the world. It's will be our youngest generation. They're leading in global population growth. So this makes Africa's future an economic powerhouse and a strategic partner, especially for our farmers. Food for Peace buys roughly $2 billion of U.S. agricultural commodities annually, helping our farmers across markets and supporting rural jobs. I think some of my colleagues have talked about that. Recently, a Kentucky soybean farmer, got anybody here from Kentucky? Said U.S. soybeans play an important role in addressing global hunger. We strongly support efforts to protect these programs. The North American Millers Association noted, feeding those facing famine is a point of pride and a key part of Buy American and America First policies. And let me tell you something else. It's not only about the food security itself, because these frontline tools of soft power build trust and deliver human intelligence in fragile regions. Satellites, just those things that Mr. Musk likes to build, can't hear the whispers of unrest. In fact, experts warn that cutting aid are going to strain our military. And that leaves voids like our adversaries that China and Russia are all too willing to fill. So here's the thing. At a moment when our American farmers are more productive than ever and hunger is rising, this sends a message we're walking away from our values and our future. And I respectfully suggest that we reject these reckless cuts, support American farmers, invest in soft power, global stability, commercial partnerships, and of course, hey, let's give the children of the world, let's keep them from starving to death and give them an opportunity to flourish and grow up like our beautiful children. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing none, no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Harris to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment number 1 at the desk.
Without
ask unanimous consent that the reading be waived.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Chairman Harris is recognized.
This, Mr. Chairman, this is the bipartisan manager's amendment, which includes bill and report language additions from members on both sides of the aisle. I appreciate Ranking Member Bishop working with us on this amendment and ask for the committee's support.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I rise in support of the amendment. The manager's amendment before you has a number of items on which Democrats and Republicans were able to find consensus, and I do urge its passage. But I did want to point out that the manager's amendment strikes language in the bill moving the Food for Peace program to USDA. We made the case against including that language in there that would move it to USDA. And we learned last night that it was being dropped and that the manager's amendment would strike that. So we appreciate that, but I do urge passage of the manager's amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Dean's recognized to comment on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking members and chairs. As I said, I'm new to this committee, and I'm just trying to get the rhythms of the place. What I do want to say is I appreciate the extraordinary hard work. It's amazing what the staff and the entire team, and of course all the members do to move these bills forward, to move bills forward for the good of this country. And while I understand the bipartisan nature of the manager's amendment, I do want to speak to directly the impact of this bill on my community. And I'll give you one example. And it shows the chaos of the policies, whether it is in the appropriations process or in the tariff process or in the executive order chaos, the impact to just one farmer in my district, in Berks County. The name of the orchard is Beekman Orchards, a fourth-generation apple orchard in my district, 125 acres. And here's what they're dealing with, as reported in CBS News. With the $1 billion in food assistance cuts, what they report is that means that schools and food banks will buy fewer of their apples. They estimate that this cut alone would reduce their revenues by $200,000. That's the $1 billion cut. Then take a look at tariffs. They buy their plastic bags primarily from Canada. It is taking 3 months for them to get the plastic bags for their apples. And when asked why is it taking so long, because usually the owner said it takes 2.5 weeks. And the answer is that the producer in Canada cannot figure out what to charge for them because the on-again, off-again tariffs. Remember, on Liberation Day, President Trump announced a 25%, I think, tariff on our ally and neighbor, Canada and Mexico. Now, I know that was suspended after absolute outrage that we would be at war with Canada, but the producers can't decide what to charge for these bags. So it's taking them 3 months to figure it out. They don't know what the tariffs are going to be. Instability, lack of predictability, exactly what business doesn't need. And then the final piece, as I said, $1 billion cut, crazy, chaotic tariffs, on again, off again, and then the grant holds. This apple orchard went to the trouble of buying 700 solar panels. They're sitting in boxes in their warehouses. They can't move forward with them. They were hoping to save as much as $100,000 on energy costs in a year. Those solar panels are sitting in warehouses or barns because they can't go forward because of the holds on those grants that would have made them more sustainable, that would have gotten them off the grid, that would have been good for business, that would have been good for climate. And I'll note too, as I say with the underlying bill, that I'm disappointed not to be able to support this article here in Philadelphia. Trump cuts to SNAP will make hungry Philadelphians even hungrier. And then my own governor, Governor Shapiro, fighting for Pennsylvania's farmer. Shapiro files lawsuit against USDA's unlawful termination of local food purchasing assistance program. And he says, and I quote, Pennsylvania farmers do the noble work of putting food on our tables. And for the last 3 years, they've been paid to provide fresh local food to food banks across the Commonwealth as part of the successful federal initiative, said Governor Shapiro. When the USDA abruptly terminated our agreement without cause, broke the contract, they ripped away a reliable source of income for 189 Pennsylvania farms and cut off funding that would have helped provide over 4.4 million meals to families across this Commonwealth. That's not just bad policy, it's a broken promise. Sadly, we have the opportunity here to do such good by our farmers, to do such good by our families, and that's not what we're doing here. Take a look at just Beekman Orchards and the chaos of this administration and the underfunding of the ag bill and underfunding of our farmers and our families, I'm disappointed to say I can't support the underlying bill as we move forward on the manager's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Before I recognize another speaker on the manager's amendment, the chair wants to advise the committee there is lunch available across the hall. I don't know if this is the wisest choice, but it's Mediterranean food. That might not have been the best day. We're talking about American agriculture, but hey, it's good stuff. With that, I recommend
Mr. Chairman?
I recognize my friend,
Mr. Chairman?
Uh,
Mr. Chairman, on the Mediterranean food, would you kindly indulge me for 8 seconds?
I certainly will indulge.
75% of America's fruits and vegetables are imported. I'll sit down.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized for remarks.
Chair, and this is on the manager's amendment. I rise in support of the manager's amendment, and I'd just like to highlight some work that was done by Chairman Harris and Ranking Member Bishop on this. It has report language that would direct a comparison as to how research money is spent in fiscal year 2024 and how it's currently being spent in fiscal year 2025. It's broken down by research facilities and research projects, so it's a true comparison that the committee can look at for results. Congress passed a full year CR in 25 instead of a complete appropriations bill and report. And so then the committee had less oversight than we normally do over the agencies we fund. This includes agricultural research. So let me just break this down for you. In the 24 report, there were nearly 70 research priorities from the committee to ARS. In the 25 House report, there were over 80. But that report wasn't passed on with a continuing resolution because the reports disappear. So which priorities were being funded and how, we didn't know. I've already heard from constituent groups doing ARS research that have not received funding this year. And yes, Minnesota's an agriculture state, and I have the Agricultural Land Grant University in my district in St. Paul, Minnesota. So I pay attention to this. Two Blaze, which is a nonprofit organization in my district that conducts cutting-edge research on disease resistance in corn, beans, soys, and wheat. The last 3 years, they had received funding from ARS to do just exactly that. The research has both food security and national security implications in protecting our food supply from disease center. Just last week, 2 people were arrested for attempting to smuggle fusarium into the United States. Now, fusarium is a fungal disease that attacks corn, wheat, and oats. The spread of this disease would be devastating to agriculture throughout the United States. Genetic resistance to fusarium is the exact work that Two Blades is focused on. So in 50 years, there had only been, two breakthroughs. But in the past 3 years, with this committee's support in this program, Two Blades has been able to identify 12 disease-resistant genes. That's nearly 10 times more than prior to ever receiving federal funding. So we don't want this research or other priorities that ARS is working on in many of our districts to protect our food supply chain, which is valuable to all of us who consume it, but we can't allow it to become vulnerable. So, Mr. Chair, including this language in the manager's amendment ensures that we have the information to do our job as appropriators, to know where our tax dollars are going and to hold them accountable. And I thank both gentlemen for working on this, and I yield back with time.
I thank the gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the manager's amendment? Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
To highlight the importance of full funding for the Protecting Animals with Shelter or PAWS Act in support of domestic violence survivors and their families. Despite the limited funding it receives, this program saves lives. Many domestic violence shelters are not equipped to accommodate pets, but many survivors understandably don't want to leave their beloved pets behind in a violent situation. And the data shows that it prevents survivors from leaving their abusers or even leading them to return to the hands of that abuser. The president of the National Network to End Domestic Violence has explained the importance of the PAUSE program by sharing a disturbing incident she witnessed at one domestic violence shelter that did not accept pets, where a survivor's abusive husband called her to make her listen to him torturing the dog she had been unable to bring when she escaped. That's a horrifying experience that no survivor should ever be forced to bear. That's why the PAUSE Act earned widespread bipartisan support and was signed into law by President Trump as part of the 2018 Farm Bill. So, I was deeply disappointed that the original bill zeroed out this life-saving program. This manager's amendment restores some funding, but only at half of the authorized level. Friends, that's not good enough. The PAUSE program is small but mighty. It's popular with everyone from domestic violence shelters to animal welfare advocates. Even Attorney General Pam Bondi likes it. And, you know, Pam Bondi has previously reversed PAUSE grant cancellations, in fact. Republicans in Congress were willing to spend much on tax breaks for the wealthy in their reconciliation bill the other day. I think that they should have been able to find a few dollars today to fully fund this program to save the lives of domestic violence survivors. I appreciate the funding that's in the manager's amendment. I hope we can do more as we go to conference. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to know whether or not the deletion or exclusion of the 10, 20, 30 formula that was in 4 accounts of this bill. It's in around 17 accounts overall, but 4 of the 17 were in the Ag bill. I can't find language to that effect. The Rural Development Program, the Rural Housing Account, the Rural Business Program Account, and Rural Utilities. I would like to know, it's been there since 2009, and I want everybody to know this says simply that in these rural communities, these small towns, small counties that cannot afford to buy high-priced grant writers, the formula make them, because of their status, having 20% or more of its population stuck beneath the poverty level for the last 30 years. That's not my formula. That's the Census Bureau formula. And the Census Bureau says that classify these counties as a persistent poverty counties. And therefore, they would be eligible for this funding because they meet this criteria, but they don't have the wherewithal to hire high-priced ranch writers. So I don't see that language. I don't know whether or not it was just an oversight or deliberately left out. I think it would be a shame if this is the case.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll yield.
Thank you very much. Our intention is to have included all that language. We're going to double check and make certain. We'll get back to you on that, but our intention was not to change it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Yield back.
I thank both gentlemen. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Harris for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, and I ask your support of the manager's amendment. I do want to thank the gentlelady from Ohio to mention the importance of getting specialty crops back into the United States. And I'd ask that the gentlelady from Ohio or anyone else in the committee interested, that we look to those kind of Buy American programs and apply them broadly, especially when we talk about the fruit and vegetables, because we could bring that back. So, but with that, I ask the committee to support the manager's amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The chair will offer a comment. This is just one of the more robust manager's amendment debate I've ever seen. So this is an energetic committee, no question about it. Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. With that, we will turn to amendments. The gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise to offer this common sense amendment to adjust the cash value voucher for inflation to help Americans struggling with the cost of living crisis. Around the country in every single district, Americans are pleading for help with the cost of living. Food prices, gas prices, insurance, rent, loan interest rates, health care, child care, education. It is the most pressing and urgent issue in the lives of all of the people who will not benefit in the big, beautiful bill. The American people cannot afford the necessities of their day-to-day lives. They live paycheck to paycheck, one crisis, emergency, or layoff from financial ruin. This administration has done nothing. I repeat, this administration has done nothing to help. This Congress has done nothing to help. They are only making it worse, and we must ask. My amendment would increase access to fresh fruits and vegetables for children and pregnant, postpartum, and breastfeeding participants. Republicans say they want more people to have children. They say that they are pro-family. My amendment is pro-family. Do you know why fewer people are having children today? Because no one can afford their own needs, let alone the needs of a growing child. The current monthly cash value voucher is only $26 for children, $47 for pregnant and postpartum participants, and $52 for breastfeeding participants. For those of us who have been to the grocery store lately, how much does $26 buy in fresh fruits and vegetables these days? Not nearly what a growing child needs. Any of us with children knows how quickly they go through fruit. Who in this room can buy food for a week with $26 for 1 week, let alone an entire month? This benefit is critical to improve access to nutritious foods, particularly fresh produce, which is necessary for meeting the dietary needs of pregnant women, mothers, and young children. You would think that the party of, quote, make America healthy again would be lining up to help the most vulnerable Americans overcome barriers to accessing fresh produce and nutritious foods. However, the Republican majority is instead trying to restrict SNAP purchases while taking fruits and vegetables out of Americans' grocery carts. That is because their goal with SNAP has nothing to do with encouraging healthy eating. It is simply a backdoor to trying to demolish yet another effective federal program. If they were actually concerned with addressing chronic illnesses or encouraging healthier lifestyles, they would robustly fund scientifically proven supports like the fruit and vegetable benefit. Instead, the administration has proposed a 10% cut in this bill. Americans are facing a cost of living crisis, inflation driven by Trump's tariffs, and a reconciliation bill that threatens to slash food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, and other critical programs that help the American people survive. Now, This bill would take away one of the few avenues to access fresh fruit that remains. I cannot oppose this strongly enough. I am proud to propose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Dr. Harris is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. What can I say? This amendment not only keeps the post-COVID levels, it actually increases them. And let's discuss the actual name of the WIC program. It is the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program. It's not meant to be the only nutritional program. The implication of the gentlelady from Connecticut is that, oh my gosh, if you don't have this program, like, people don't get fed. First of all, if you're on WIC, you also can get SNAP. You know, it's easy to spend money, really, really easy. You know, if you have a child in high school, you want to go to college, wouldn't it be great if you just said, you know what, I can afford that Ivy school. I know it's expensive. Well, actually, I'm not sure anybody wants to send their child to anti-Semitic Ivy League schools anymore, but it's expensive. But you make the choice that you really can't afford it. We need to make the choice that we really can't afford it. I think it's rich, and I use the term in an interesting way, that people from states with the highest median income in the country, like New Jersey, for instance, median family income is $100,000 in New Jersey. And members from those states, Connecticut, $94,000. California, $100,000. Get up and say, we expect people in Kentucky, where, for instance, where the median income is $60,000, to pay for our people who need feeding. In fact, every single member who got up today and complained about it voted against the small cost share program included in the reconciliation bill that asks each state to contribute 5% toward the SNAP benefit. 5%. Shame on New Jersey and all the states, and I won't go through them, but 6 of the top richest states objected and wanted the federal government to pay that benefit. Shame on them. They should take care of their own citizens, and to come here hat in hand and ask a state like Kentucky to subsidize their people who need food assistance? Shame. Now, I wish I had thought ahead and actually put a Buy American clause in the fruit and vegetable voucher. That's what we ought to do. We should have included it, and maybe we'll get there before we get to the full floor.
Oh, okay.
We need to do that. You know, the statement was, well, the average American can't afford this and can't afford that. Mentioned by people whose citizens in their state are not average Americans. Because the average American median income is not $100,000. It's not $94,000. It's lower. And those states should be paying their fair share of those food programs. But there are other reasons to oppose the amendment. For instance, it has no pay for. It increases the total expenditure above our 302B, has no pay for. The CVV, the cash value voucher, was meant as a one-time boost
It doesn't score.
during COVID. We take it back 10% in a slow ramp down. The amount in the bill for the children is still 200% above what it was pre-COVID. And for the mothers, it's more than 400% above pre-COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a $2 trillion deficit. The states are not paying their fair share, including the wealthy states, are not paying their fair share toward these food programs. It is our obligation to do something fiscally responsible. And yeah, it's hard, because spending money is really, really easy. Constraining spending is difficult, but necessary. For those reasons, I oppose the amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. The Man from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just make it perfectly clear. I support this amendment. I think it's an excellent amendment. And quite frankly, I was stunned that the Republicans chose to take another shot of WIC fruit and vegetable benefits. I could talk forever about the positive impact of these benefits and the lack of common sense in cutting them. The amendment of the gentlelady from Connecticut will help keep these products available to participants at a time when produce prices are high. The cut in the bill would remove the equivalent of 5 to 7 cups of apples or carrots every month. And ironically, the administration's own MAHA, so-called Make America Healthy Again report, calls out WIC's success in increasing fruit and vegetable consumption, praising the program for its proven track record of improving children's health. This is a hypocritical cut. While we've seen that Chairman Harris and the administration want to limit the foods that SNAP recipients can buy to force poor people into purchasing more fruits and vegetables, this provision would limit the ability for WIC recipients to purchase those same fruits and vegetables. Let me also rebut some of the claims we're likely to hear from the other side today. They claim that the fruit and vegetable benefit is a COVID-era program and it's time to end it. But it was implemented during the pandemic, but it's based on a 1,000-page long 2017 National Academies report. They say that the annual inflation adjustment to the benefit outstrips actual inflation. The truth is that, if anything, it doesn't fully reflect inflation because it's adjusted in the year after it's calculated. They say that stores will just jack up prices with this increase. But WIC vendors operate under preset reimbursement ceilings and the UPC level monitoring. Overcharging risks immediate disqualification. The majority's priority is not to encourage better nutrition, but to cut benefits to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Democrats believe in lowering the cost of living, not by cutting benefits, but by investing in programs like WIC that save money in the long term and keep kids healthy today. Let's keep apples on the plate and health care costs down. Vote yes for this amendment. It's a good amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. I mean, I can't, or maybe 5 months in, I can believe that this bill seeks a 10% cut to the WIC fruit and vegetable cash value benefit, which helps 5.3 million moms and kids each month afford healthy food. This is a hypocritical cut on multiple levels. First, the chairman wants to limit the foods that SNAP recipients can buy, punishing low-income families that rely on WIC for a healthy diet. Produce prices remain stubbornly high. Instead of fulfilling its promise to, quote, lower prices on day one, you're slashing the CVB, wiping out a week's worth of healthy servings for the families who need them most. Fresh produce is not a luxury. There is no substitute for it. And participants say that this is a part of the program that they value the most. It's deeply hypocritical when you consider the new administration's so-called Make America Healthy Again initiative. The MAHA report actually praises the WIC's success in improving children's health. Yet this bill guts one of its core components. That MAHA slogan continues to be nothing more than window dressing for falsehoods and dangerous actions, all to pay for tax cuts for the wealthiest. It is clear that the majority's priority is not to encourage better nutrition or reducing the nation's debt, which you are about to blow up by nearly $3 trillion, because studies show that Medicaid savings and fewer NICU stays are the result of prenatal WIC. Democrats are focused on lowering the cost of living, lowering the cost of health care, driving local economies, and giving every family a fighting chance to achieve the American dream. If you share these priorities, you don't cut WIC.
You invest in programs that save money and keep kids healthy. It's time to put the money where your mouth is. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, obviously, it's an important one to support. In New York City, more than 1.5 million residents are experiencing food insecurity. This gets worse as inflation continues to be stubborn, as prices continue to be very high for working families, although we were supposed to see a dramatic drop in those prices on day one. We have not seen them. Inflation continues to batter working class families across the country. And what we see are other public policies that have nothing to do with inflation. They don't impact pocketbook issues the way the American people want to see. So this is an important amendment because, as I said earlier, there's, at least in New York City, 1.4 million residents experiencing food insecurity, meaning that they do not have access to nutritious food. Not the McDonald's meals that I referenced to earlier, but fruit and vegetables, healthy stuff for kids to fight obesity. Many relied on programs like WIC and SNAP to put food on their table. But rising food prices again and underfunded federal nutrition programs have left New Yorkers afraid that they cannot feed their families. And so, this is what WIC does. It's a program that fights food insecurity. They also help stimulate the economy, by the way. Every single dollar we spend on prenatal WIC returns $1.25 to $6.83 in Medicaid savings within weeks of birth. You get fewer preterm deliveries, fewer neonatal intensive care unit stays. That's what this helps accomplish. Nutrition programs also support small businesses. I know many bodega owners, grocery store owners, Mr. Chair, who rely perhaps in anywhere from 30 to 50% of their business on food stamps and WIC. Meaning that if those programs are cut, those grocery stores will be economically in danger. I know a grocery store that got his license suspended, and while he was fighting to get it back on, in 3 months, he had to shut down. No income, because 50% of the income that he got at that grocery store came from food stamps. And a grocery store, for those of you that may not know, in New York City, services maybe 1 or 2 streets. There may be one of them in every other corner. So if you lose your food stamp license, those folks will just go 2 blocks down the road and buy their goods, and you're done. And you lose 3 workers, you lose a family's income. So it's an important part of the local economy, as well as being an important piece of health for families. So please, I urge you, and I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment. This is an important amendment for the American family, particularly for women and infants. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the DeLauro amendment. Oh, did I not turn it on? Yeah. Thank you. I rise in support of the DeLauro amendment, and I also want to acknowledge Chairman Harris's openness to try to displace foreign imports with domestic production. I go by the motto, what America makes and grows America, and we forgot that for about 50 years. Okay, so we got a lot of cleanup to do. In agriculture, this program will pay for itself Because if we buy from local producers and the people go into these little farmers markets, 150 just in Northwest Ohio, the prices there are better than the supermarkets. So the savings is in who we buy from. I know they always say volume, 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 but locally, who they're in competition with, they always reduce prices because they're an individual entrepreneur, their family. So I just want to say $100 million in terms of funding is not a lot of money when you're talking about food and what we spend on food in the country. And we're on a good pathway here, wherever it takes us in terms of displacing what's coming in on boats and trucks and everything from every place in the world except here. I really do think we have a chance to do something transformational in this bill, and I believe that this step is a positive step forward. I just wish to say also that for 30 years I've been working to do this and have failed and failed and failed and failed, but for two little programs that they changed the name of over at USDA. One was called the Senior Farmers Market Program, and the other one was the WIC Farmers Market Program, where we allowed seniors and other purchasers to go to local farmers markets and buy raspberries for the first time in 30 years. Older people were buying healthy vegetables and fruits at local farmers markets, and USDA changed the name. They changed the name from the Farmers Market Nutrition Program to the School Nutrition Program and to the Senior Nutrition Program. And then a year ago in Ohio, what they did was they forced all of our producers to buy electronic technology. Well, guess what? When you're a farmer and you're not in a broadband area, it doesn't work. So what they did was they killed half the people's participation in the program. This is not an easy journey to displace foreign production with U.S. production. But believe me, it's in the American people's interest. And in terms of WIC, we know that by the age of 4, a child's brain, all the cells that are going to be there are there. And it is really important that they have healthy foods in those early years. And it can be done close to home. We have to restore the inventiveness and the entrepreneurship of America. Believe me, it's out there, and it's the last generation left. The younger people in those families are asking themselves the question, do I really want to continue our family business, or is this a time to hang it up? This is a moment of serious transition, and I want to use the last few seconds to say to Congressman Newhouse, thank you for the best black cherries I have ever eaten in my life. And that is America. That is the best. And I invite you to come to Ohio. We'll serve you Planson tomatoes from Stryker, Ohio, the best tomatoes in America. And they're not on the shelves of any supermarket in my area. And that's what's wrong with this country. So I just wanted to thank you. We're on the right track. Please, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member DeLauro, let's push this envelope a little bit firmer as we move forward. We can really change this country and get USDA to wake up. Thank you so very much. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
The Republican attack on WIC is simply unacceptable. The purpose of this amendment is to make sure this committee continues to uphold its longstanding bipartisan commitment to fully fund the WIC program so that all eligible low-income families who apply can be served at benefit levels adequate to meet their nutritional needs. WIC is one of the most effective and efficient federal investments that we make, targeted to support nutritionally at-risk pregnant women, new mothers, infants, and young children. And today, those families are facing historically high food prices and a full-blown maternal health crisis. They're working hard, they're budgeting carefully, and they still can't afford the healthy food that their kids need to thrive. Colleagues, let me be clear. The purpose of the increase to the WIC fruit and vegetable benefit is to bring it in line with the science-based recommendations from the National Academies, which were made in 2017. It's not a, quote, COVID-era program. In the nearly 50 years of the WIC's program's existence, Congress has never once cut the WIC benefit, ensuring that the program had enough funding to serve its projected caseload. Why has WIC been supported for over 50 years? Because it works. Because it improves birth outcomes, reduces healthcare costs, and helps children learn and grow. Because it's one of the best returns on investment in the entire federal budget. Even Secretary Rollins, during her Senate confirmation, said WIC should be fully funded. But then the president's own budget proposed slashing the benefit even further, down to just $10 a month. We're not talking about luxuries here. We're talking about bananas. and carrots. You can't say that you care about kids and then take away the basics that help them to grow up to be healthy. You can't say that you care about moms and then deny them the support that they need to have healthy pregnancies. This amendment is about protecting a proven life-saving program. It's about refusing to accept that there's always money for tax breaks and special interests, but never enough for mothers and children. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to send a clear message that we are not going to abandon the families who need us most. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
There is an amendment at the desk in the second degree to the amendment. What's this?
Are we going
The amendment's offered by Ms. Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would support the ranking member's efforts to help provide increased support for women and children through WIC. We want to increase the top-line funding level for the program by $100 million through this investment in this amendment. This also provides a common-sense offset for that additional spending to ensure that we're exercising continued fiscal responsibility through the appropriations process. And so as an offset, what we are looking at here is rescinding $100 million in unobligated balances from the Inflation Reduction Act's IRS Enforcement Fund. This is an account that was used to supercharge the IRS and weaponize it against American taxpayers. I think there is bipartisan agreement in this committee that we need to continue to provide robust funding for WIC and provide continued access to nutritious food for the most vulnerable Americans, our women, our children, our breastfeeding moms. So this amendment really supports those hardworking families in Iowa and across the country by, again, upping that top line level, but doing it in a responsible manner. So I urge my colleagues to support the adoption of this second degree amendment so we can continue to feed healthy moms and healthy kids and healthy babies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized to address the second degree amendment through her amendment.
Okay. I thank the chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which really illustrates the Republican priorities perfectly. They will only help American children and families if they can also help billionaires and giant corporations cheat on their taxes. This amendment would jeopardize the progress that has been made in holding the largest tax cheats and biggest corporations accountable. Some information. With the investment that was made in the IRS, the government was able to collect over $1 billion from 1,600 millionaires who have not paid their tax debts. The IRS has cracked down on the abuse of corporate jets for personal travel, launched audits of the 60 largest corporations with an average assets of $24 billion, and has launched audits of 76 of the largest partnerships. Elon Musk and Tesla, which at one point was valued at $1 trillion, avoided paying federal income tax for 3 years. Mr. Efficiency, running around with a chainsaw. We ought to take the president up on getting rid of all of his conflicts of interest. No taxes did he pay. But Republicans, think about that. $1 trillion company pays nothing in taxes. And yet, the Republicans just voted for more tax handouts for their buddy Elon. At the same time, it launched, this is the IRS, launched more digital tools in the last 2 years than the previous 20, giving people more choices in how they do their taxes and how they interact with IRS offices through direct file. Cutting $100 million from the IRS would do two things: make it easier for the richest to cheat on their taxes, making it harder for most Americans to file their own. And they don't have to pay exorbitant fees to these profit tax filing companies. Remember where we were before this investment. And I'm going to read them out to you, my friends. Before this investment with the IRS, at least 55 of the largest corporations in America paid zero absolutely nothing in federal taxes on their profits following the 2017 Trump tax cut. We have here Archer Daniels Midland, Booz Allen Hamilton Holding, Dish Network, Duke Energy, FedEx, Nike, Textron. 55 corporations paid zero in taxes. Another 39 didn't pay what they owed in their taxes. They paid a tax rate, AT&T, a tax rate of 3%. Walt Disney, 8%. FedEx, 1%. Domino's Pizza, 9%. These are tax cheats, and that is what we are trying to do with IRS enforcement. This amendment does not help tax-paying women, infants, or children. It uses them as a Trojan horse to once again deliver the only thing that Republicans care about, more money for billionaires, while the rest of America is stuck in a cost of living crisis. Let me just give you one final point. It's my understanding, read the 2026 bill that the administration produced. This is the Trump administration in its 2026 budget plans to take and use, they put in $100 million. $100 million for tax enforcement. This is the same $100 million that we're talking about now. Talk to the White House. Find out if that's what they want to do, what you want to do with the money that they have put aside. I urge my colleagues, oppose this amendment, and I yield back. It is a scam over and over again to help the biggest corporations and the billionaires in this nation, and we can't be for it, not if you have values about what the U.S. government should be doing.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Maryland, Dr. Harris, is recognized to address the second-degree Hinton Amendment to the Delora Amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Where to start? I mean, the bottom line is, as the gentlelady from Iowa said, these are unobligated balances. It's not like we're firing IRS agents. They're unobligated balances that are sitting there. Now, the gentlelady from Connecticut talks about $1 billion in taxes that were collected as a result of the IRS funding, with an $80 billion price tag. I don't know, that's not a good return on investment, anything I would think. So what we heard today was that somehow the Republicans are slashing WIC. Now, to those of you who are here for my opening statement, I explained it all. We have close to a $500 million unspent balance in WIC. So everybody who applied is getting the benefit, and we have a $500 million left over. So we rescinded 1/5 of it, $100 million, leaving hundreds of millions of dollars in that carryover account. So in Washington, that's slashing. I don't get it. I mean, most people, they'd go, no, that's actually proper fiscal responsibility. That's actually, so you know what? All the members on this side get to vote to restore that $100 million. Not that it needs restoring, because we have hundreds of millions of dollars left in the carryover account. But if you want to assuage your conscience, go ahead. Here's your opportunity. Unobligated balances from a program that will go after, because you know what? The IRS always goes after the big ones. They know where the money is. Those 67,000 agents, they were going to go, or however many tens of thousands were, they were going to go after middle-class people. They were going to go after small business owners. They were going to go after the people that we heard talked about today, who are these small business owners just barely keeping their head above water, some of them keeping their books in their own home because they can't afford an accountant. When that IRS agent knocks on their door and gives them a choice, it's either you give in to what we say you should pay, or you're going to jail or to court, and the amount is $5,000 or $10,000. These small businesses have no option but to go, yeah, I'll pay. If you don't think that's happened, it's happened before. That's who those agents are going to go after. And again, these are unobligated balances. This money is just sitting there. So again, you want to assuage your conscience on the slashes to the WIC program, the non-existent slashing? This is your opportunity. Have at it. We should adopt this second-degree amendment and dispense with the rumor that somehow the Republicans are cutting the WIC program. It couldn't be further from the truth. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the second-degree amendment to the Delora amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise strongly in opposition to this secondary amendment. This bill is potentially hundreds of millions of dollars below the level needed to support WIC participation in 2026. But this amendment, while it would increase the WIC level by $100 million, does so at the expense of IRS enforcement. It is absolutely ridiculous and unconscionable that the price Republicans would exact to increase funding for WIC is to make it easier for billionaires to avoid paying taxes by underfunding the IRS. It also fails to address the problem that is the underlying amendment would solve, that the bill cuts the WIC fresh fruit and vegetable cash value benefit. Why do my colleagues not want to have a debate on fruit and vegetable vouchers? I'm happy to talk about the issue because I'm very, very strong in my belief that we should not be cutting healthy fruits and vegetables from mothers and infants who need it. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment in the second degree so we can vote on what our priorities should be, and that's providing the nutrition food that mothers and children and families need. With that, I urge the defeat of the secondary amendment and the passage of the underlying amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second-degree amendment? The gentleman, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized.
The Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee. And the gentlelady who is my friend serves on that committee with me. And very frankly, we disagree 100% on this issue. But I want to speak first to Mrs. Harris's comments. It is so easy to demagogue the IRS. The IRS is going after all those people with all those guns and heavy weapons and tanks and maybe some of the equipment that's going down on the 14th and damaging the streets of Washington, D.C. So easy and so incredibly not accurate. This is a poster here, I'll hold it, that I will show you. You'll be seeing this a lot. This shows the IRS monitoring and auditing of the top 10%. Now, let me tell you, I'm not for paying any taxes I don't owe. And I presume everybody else feels that same way too. And we write the rules. And unfortunately, we've made a lot of loopholes in those rules, so we're at fault. Now, it used to be in 2010 that if you were in the top 10%, the chances of your being audited were about 9% out of those returns. Now, your chances of being audited are 0.6%. Wow. What an awful group that is. Now, the deal is if you monitor that group and you find out they have not paid taxes that are due and owing under our rules, then they pay not a new tax, but the tax that they owe. 0.6 of a point. That means you have 99.4% chance that you're not going to be audited. Why? Because there aren't enough auditors. And to audit the reports of very wealthy people, and when I say very wealthy people, I'm talking about not just millionaires. I'm talking about people $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 who have more complex returns. And of course, God knows what Musk's return is. I don't know. I need to count the pages on Musk's return. Let's get that.
Tesla reported zero federal income.
No. I know the report zero. But they weren't arrested. So somehow they were following some rules that we set, or more likely, they were not part of the 99.4% who were not audited. Okay, that's one point. So that malarkey that somehow these wealthy people are being hounded is baloney. That's the polite word I will use. Now, secondly, in terms of enforcement, let's just strike $100 million. President Trump signed a bill, President Biden signed a bill, which provided sums so that the IRS could do its job. Most of that was in service, but a substantial number was to enhance enforcement, so it wasn't 4/10, because when you look at the 200,000, 300,000 and under, you know what your return is from audit? 1 to 1. But more people at that level get audited than anybody else. But when you audit people in the upper levels, your return is 1 to 5, 1 to 6, as high as 1 to 12. So it is a very important investment to make. Now, if you don't make that investment and you don't collect those funds, they're about, depending upon the estimate, 300 to maybe over $800 billion annually that is due and owing but not connected. That's what the experts tell us. So this amendment, if you cut $100 million, could cost you $500 million, $1 billion, or $2 billion, depending upon how it's used. So this is let's pretend it's free money. There is no free lunch. This lack of investment in enforcement in collecting revenues is the same as it would be if you cut your collection department in your business and you got people who didn't pay you money. This money is not free. This amendment ought to be rejected, and I strongly support the underlying amendment because, as Frederick Douglass said, it is easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. This is a cost-effective investment that the gentlelady from Connecticut makes, and I would urge you to reject the so-called free lunch that will undermine the revenues of the United States of America and therefore every program that you want. I yield back to balance my time, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that generous yield. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second-degree amendment? Seeing none, I recognize the, I'm sorry, excuse me, a gentleman from Maryland's recognized.
We'll stay with the all-Maryland discussion here, I guess. And I can yield you a moment if you'd like additional time. But to the point I think about this internal revenue argument that I've been hearing for a while, I think what our Republican colleagues did when the Biden administration was in place, what they said to the public, these new auditors are going to go after you. And I think you did a version of that just a moment ago. The small businesses, working people, they would be targeted by the IRS agents and auditors who would be put in place. And frankly, it was effective, I think, when President Biden was in office. The issue now, though, is you got President Trump in office. And so I think the question you all would have to answer is, if President Trump would put a commissioner in place and head up the Internal Revenue Service, who would bring in auditors who targeted regular people and small businesses, as opposed to large corporations and going after the big dollars. Now, my concern is that given what he's been doing so far, he's pretty chummy with the big corporations and the like, been helping them out quite a bit and helping himself out quite a bit as he's been doing it, but that's a separate conversation. But I think it's it's an awkward argument for you to make if you're saying that you think Trump would use these new agents and new auditors to go after regular people who are his supporters. I agree with Congressman Hoyer that we need those auditors in place to go after the higher dollar entities, the corporations and the like. And we heard what Ms. DeLauro's arguments were and the data and the information she presented with respect to the lack of tax dollars that are being paid by these corporations. Let's put those auditors in place, separate that out, because it really doesn't have anything to do with the underlying amendment that was offered here. I think we can have the IRS argument another day, but for the moment, I certainly would reject this second-degree amendment because I don't know that it really is accurate, and I don't think it's consistent with the arguments you've been or would be willing to make about the Trump administration. I'll yield additional time to my colleague from Maryland.
An enforcement example. Imagine all of you drive your cars and you're driving in a 45-mile-an-hour zone and you push it up to 54 miles an hour, which is 10 miles under the limit, and you figure nobody's going to get me. And then you see the police officer not chasing you, just on the side of the road. What do you automatically do? Let down on that accelerator. Let me tell you, you don't have enforcement, everybody is going to do the same thing, and we're going to be poor for it, and we're going to have more of a struggle getting the deficit to where it needs to be. Thank the gentleman for yielding.
Thank both gentlemen. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second-degree amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you for your demeanor putting up with all of us the last couple of days. I would like to speak on the amendment, but yield my time to the ranking member, Ms. DeLauro.
Thank you very much, Ms. Capter. I just think it's important. I think it's important to set the record straight on this because of what has not been done. I'm going to repeat because it bears repeating. IRS has recovered $1.1 billion from 1,600 millionaires who have paid no taxes. They're pursuing 125,000 high-income individuals who have not filed tax returns for years. And an initial $172 million has been recovered in 6 months. They've launched a new initiative, crackdown on the abuse of corporate jets for personal travel. Audits of the 76 of the largest partnerships, the 60 largest corporations, closing a major loophole exploited by large, complex partnerships. And an analysis shows that investments in high-end enforcement, along with technology and data analytics, will result in $851 billion in additional revenue over the next decade. And quite frankly, I'm tired of hearing my colleagues talk about a spending problem. We have a revenue problem. We are leaving billions of dollars on the table from billionaires and the 55 corporations that pay no taxes whatsoever. And it may be that it does, and I love it. This is the poster child. Tesla reported zero federal income tax on $2 billion of U.S. income in 2024. This is who you are defending. This is who you are defending, instead of making sure that youngsters, infants, and children are able to get fruits and vegetables. Think about it. Think about where the hell your values are in all of this and what makes a difference in people's lives. And this bill does not score. CBS has so said, but Chairman ought to understand the particulars. The deficit, you voted for an increase in the deficit for almost $3 trillion, and you talk about you've added to the deficit. You have voted to add to the deficit. All of us on this side have not. So you live with it. This program, talk about Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, the entire nation benefits from this program. It's based on income determinations and on nutritional status. Understand the program, Mr. Chairman, and it provides half of what people need on a daily basis. And you want to take that and put it against billionaires, the biggest corporations, who are robbing this country and robbing the American taxpayer. Why don't we go after them instead of making life easier for them? And by the way, check with the administration on their use of that $100 million, which is in the 26 budget for tax enforcement. You seem to be out of sync with your guys. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank both gentleladies. Do any other members seek recognition to speak to second-degree amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Iowa is recognized for a minute to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues for the robust debate. I think we do have a fundamental difference in this room that we have a spending problem, not a revenue problem, and I think we're going to disagree on that. When you look at the account we're trying to take these dollars from, we are taking $100 million out of $45.6 billion to up the amount of money we're giving to women, infants, and children to make sure they're fed. I think that's a very good investment of redirecting those dollars, 0.222% of the fund. And when we look at the money coming into the Treasury right now, under Trump's new golden age, we are seeing that increase in dollars come in. The Secretary of the Treasury just testified this morning, April receipts are up 9.5% over the previous year. May receipts are up 14.7% over the previous year. So the right way to grow the economy is not through going after hardworking Americans, but it's about growing the economy through jobs and investments that are going to help the American people. So that's what this investment will do, $100 million to help our most vulnerable populations, and I urge my colleagues to support this second-degree amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The question's now on the second-degree amendment offered by Ms. Henson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the second-degree amendment, roll call has been requested. I see a show of hands.
No, not voting on it. Nope.
Are we voting or not?
No.
Oh, I guess we are. I hadn't looked over here. Oh. Sufficient number? Well, vote has been requested. All those in favor, you have done that, so we've passed that. Sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar.
No.
Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. No. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer.
No.
Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter? No. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres? Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Ms. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Zinke?
Do any members wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Texas? No.
Ms. Escobar votes no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Rushenthaler votes aye.
Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Clyde, aye.
Gentleman from North Carolina?
Mr. Edwards, aye.
Gentleman from Montana?
Mr. Zinke, aye.
Gentleman from Arkansas?
Mr. Womack, aye.
Are there a gentlelady from Pennsylvania?
Ms. Dean, no.
Are there others, members wishing to change or record their vote? A little confusion here. I don't want to miss anybody. Okay. The clerk will tally. Oh, it's going to be really good. On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 26. The amendment to the second degree is adopted. We will now turn to the amendment offered by Ms. DeLaura. Do any members seek recognition to speak on the amendment as amended?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't there.
We're now turning to your original amendment, and I ask, do any members seek recognition to speak on the amendment as amended? Evidently not. Okay, the gentlelady from Connecticut has 1 minute to close on the amendment as amended.
Well, as I said at the outset of my comments, I think I think this is really illustrative of Republican priorities, and I think it's perfectly set. Let's help American children and families only if we can help billionaires and giant corporations cheat on their taxes. The amendment that was proposed, the underlying amendment, was a response to people telling us every day that the cost of living is high. Food is too expensive, rent is unaffordable, buying a house, well, that's no longer the American dream, it's the American fantasy. We are supposed to be an institution that responds to constituents. You had an opportunity to join us in improving a program that does help people in daily lives, in their daily lives. It is a program, despite the misinformation that's been given out, that does not score. It does not increase the cash value. As I said, it provides only half of what people need on a daily basis, and it is nationwide. But the majority has chosen to do what I said, is to use this bill as a Trojan horse in order to once again provide tax cuts for the richest corporations and the richest individuals in the nation. And it is, but you know, I think the American people understand where the preferences lie for the majority and where the preferences are amongst the Democrats. And so I think while we have won this unbelievable amendment, which is a flim-flam, that the American public is catching on that where your sentiments lie, and that is with the tax cuts, $4.5 trillion that's coming up, and not wanting anyone to examine, not wanting anyone, the IRS, to examine whether or not they are cheating the American public by using their legal might to avoid paying any taxes. This was the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. I don't make up the numbers. 55 corporations. Some of them are probably in your districts. And you've covered, I listened to the chair, my friend, and you took a side today, and it's understandable, it's predictable. Thank you. I'm out of time, I understand that. But I also listened to the chair of the committee very carefully, because the chair is a good friend. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Laurel as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it. The amendment's accepted. We now move on to our next amendment. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise to offer this amendment to prohibit the implementation of tariffs that would increase food costs on American consumers who are dealing with a cost of living crisis. Food costs have already risen nearly 25% in the last few years, stretching budgets for families across this country. President Trump's chaotic tariffs will make a trip to the grocery store even more expensive. Everything from coffee to fruit to the packaging of our food is going to cost more, thanks to universal tariffs that are hitting our closest agricultural trading partners. According to the Tax Foundation, President Trump's tariffs are the largest tax hike since 1993. Meanwhile, they are giving away $4.5 trillion to billionaires in their reconciliation bill and increasing the debt by probably $3 trillion, so stated by CBO. The administration might try to say they are addressing food costs. USDA announced plans to increase egg imports in hopes to bring costs down, but they refuse to say if President Trump's universal 10% tariff is being applied to those eggs. If that tariff was indeed suspended on imports, then they are admitting that it would have raised costs. Not only do American families lose under this tariff policy, so do small and medium-sized grocers who cannot absorb the costs. I know the president has never had to manage a food budget, but I think Mr. Espaillat does a lot of eating at McDonald's. He can afford the food prices there. Or he has never had to worry about making ends meet. But for Americans living paycheck to paycheck, the uncertainty his tariffs bring are causing confusion and fear for parents, for families, just trying to put food on the table. Proud to propose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Maryland, Dr. Harris, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The problem is not tariffs. The problem was the Biden administration's policies. The peak of food inflation was not last month or the month before that or any month since January. It was in the middle of the Biden administration. Those are the facts. Now, there's another little issue that, in fact, the other thing that the Biden administration policy did, it actually saw our agricultural trade deficit balloon to $47 billion last year, with a straight line decrease during the 4 years of the Biden administration. So this attempts, I guess, to deflect, the gentlelady from Connecticut's amendment, I guess, attempts to deflect interest from the real problem here. The real reason why food costs have gone up, and just to remind members, the inflation rate is actually low now. You can say that these tariffs might increase something or whatever, some hypothetical in the future, but we do know that under the Biden administration, food prices reached their highest inflation rate in 40 years. That's a fact. The other disturbing fact is that our agricultural trade deficit is sitting near $50 billion a year. Now, when I was growing up, it was said we feed the world. We feed the world means, by the way, that's English for we don't have a agricultural trade deficit. We have an agricultural trade surplus because we feed the world, but it's not true anymore. Now the world is feeding us. We have got to stop. We have to reverse that, and we have to investigate how that happened over the past 5 years. Yeah, 4 years, really. I mean, go 40. Yeah, it was slow decline, but we've crossed zero in the past few years. So this amendment is, this is hypothetical about something in the future. We're not going to learn anything. There's no mechanism in the USDA to enforce an amendment like this. They don't have the economists who understand the intricacies of what this amendment suggests. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a second-degree amendment at the desk. And I will ask to dispense with the reading of the second-degree amendment.
Is he offer it now?
There's an amendment at the desk in the second degree to Mr. Delors' amendment offered by Dr. Harris. The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the second degree amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. Harris is recognized for remarks on his second degree amendment.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. The bottom line is we need to learn what has happened in the past administration that led to this striking increase in our agricultural trade deficit. It's very simple. The amendment just says the committee directs USDA to provide a report that should focus on policies from 2020 to 2024 that resulted in the decades-long agricultural trade surplus becoming a record trade deficit and the impact the trade deficit had on U.S. farmers and ranchers' profitability. The bottom line is we have to see what we can do to reverse whatever policies led us to this huge trade deficit. That's what we should be laser focused on. Not some pie in the sky, maybe in the future, some tariffs here, some tariffs there. And look, I get a little dizzy watching that too. But what we should do is we should have the USDA look laser focused on getting our agricultural trade deficit reversed. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
I want to speak on this one.
Oh, Bishop, Mr. Bishop. Yeah, you go, Mr.
Just for clarification, because it'd be easy not to be clear on this, we're now speaking on Dr. Harris's second-degree amendment to the Delora amendment. The gentleman from Georgia, my friend Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address that second-degree amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that the gentleman loves to talk about what he didn't like about the Biden administration. But I want to remind the gentleman that the total trade number is the sum of trade surpluses and trade deficits. I'd like to point out that ag imports increased by 26% between 2021 and 2024. That forced the deficit numbers up. That's not something that any administration can control. I'd also note that we have an amendment addressing the fact that the administration was so embarrassed by its own latest trade numbers that they delayed the most recent report and stripped out the entire analysis section because it linked the widening ag trade deficit to the new tariffs. That is unacceptable. This second-degree amendment is bad. It gets in the way of what we're trying to do and what Americans want and expect this Congress to do, and that is to reduce prices, particularly reducing food costs. That's why we're here in this committee today, and that's what we need to do. With that, I yield back. I urge the rejection of this second-degree amendment, and I'd like for us to get back to the underlying amendment by the gentlelady from Connecticut.
I thank the gentleman for his remarks. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the second-degree amendment to her original amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which is a classic Republican dodge. When they're unable to defend the Trump administration's actions, they simply blame them on Joe Biden. This amendment is transparently partisan. By limiting the years for their report, 2020 to 2024, and ignoring the impact of Trump's first-term tariffs that resulted in $27 billion in losses for American farmers. This Republican report is attempting to cook the books, to rewrite history. Americans are struggling in the present, and Republicans are arguing about the past. Let us recap. The last Trump administration's 2018 tariffs and ensuing trade war led to hundreds of farm bankruptcies and shuttered tens of thousands of small farms. Soybean exports to China plummeted by nearly 75%. In 2019, 599 farms filed for bankruptcy, the most in a decade. The Trump administration was forced to pay out nearly $23 billion in direct aid in order to partially offset the losses caused by those tariffs. My God. Stop rewriting history. Pay attention to what was done by a Trump first administration and now a Trump second administration. They put American farmers in a hole that they are still trying to dig out of. Once again, President Trump is launching trade wars left and right, up and down. Quite frankly, he doesn't know where he's going. I don't know that he knows very much about trade, and he's listening to people around him who are giving him very, very bad advice on what to do, and all of it is resulting in the higher prices for the American people, American businesses. He is not investing in small farms. He is not helping them purchase equipment, which he is also hitting with 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum. He is doubling down on exactly what did not work in his last term: blanket tariffs that spur massive retaliation from our trading partners with no support for the farmers who are directly impacted. We need a report We need a report that shows the true impact of tariffs on our farmers, not a politically motivated attempt to stack the deck in favor of a reckless trade war that the Republicans cannot defend on its own merits. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second-degree amendment to the DeLauro amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Caput, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do wish to speak on this amendment to the amendment or to the bill. I care deeply about trade and served when the dial began to turn against America in the 1990s, when NAFTA, CAFTA, and China PNTR were passed in terms of trade agreements, not out of this committee, but out of the Ways and Means Committee. When those happened concurrently, we began to lose massive amounts of our agriculture and other production offshore, shipped out. Our tomato industry in Florida collapsed, and it collapsed in other places in the country, and I think, Chairman Harris, it may have collapsed in Maryland as well. I don't know Maryland as well as my own state. But we began to see the transfer of capital elsewhere. Why? Cheap labor. That's at the basis of everything. Let them work like slaves. Travel with me if you don't believe me. Let's go down to Mexico. We'll go down to Costa Rica. Well, you'll see, well, we'll see what we'll see together, but it's not pretty. And here in our country, what happened after NAFTA was that the white corn market of Mexico collapsed. That was the main source of food for the people of Mexico. We are now into a major debate on immigration and the results of what happened 30 years ago, but it's so relevant. And why did those people come here? Because they couldn't feed themselves anymore, folks. Our yellow corn displaced white corn, which millions of people survived on in Mexico. We never fixed that. We never fixed that. So we are now in the form of a continental sacrilege with all these people fleeing because they couldn't afford to manage their own little plots because the former president of Mexico, Carlos Salinas, erased the boundaries of the ejidos, and they no longer had land that belonged to them by which they could survive. Okay, that's the big picture, all right? Now, we lost a lot of industry all over the world, including to China, our steel industry, and we're still trying to recover from those myopic trade agreements that hurt the economy of places like I represent, both agriculturally and industrially. We know this to the core. So I would say to Chairman Harris, if you would widen the report, the years of the report to 40 years, then we can look at what's happened in every single sector. North Carolina, furniture industry, gone, all right? Dura Corporation in Toledo, gone. We can take you to places in Maquiladoras in Mexico. There's a place called Ohio and Michigan Avenues. And what's there? The windshield wiper company that used to exist in western New York, I think in Rochester, I'm not sure, but close to Rochester. Trico, I think it was called. You go to Newton, Iowa, okay? The company that made washers and dryers, gone. You can find it in Monterrey, Mexico. All right, what did Wall Street do? Cheap wages. And then they sent it all back here. This is a curse. I do believe that President Trump wants to try to help fix this, but I don't think he has very good advisors on this. But I think Chairman Harris is serious about this because of things that happened in Maryland. And so I just say that a 4-year window isn't sufficient to deal with the hemorrhage that happened across this continent. And we need a bigger solution. Our trade agreements are too narrowly focused. This was my moment to say something I've wanted to say for a long time. There's enough intelligence in this room to help direct a better way forward. And so I don't support the amendment at this point because I think the time window is too narrow. There's a whole lot more that's happened out there. And then again, on the agricultural front, to our region, I can guarantee you our corn and soy farmers and half of the production of their wealth, half of the corn and soy is exported, used to be exported from my region. We now put it into fuel. but they've lost their markets in China, and China has displaced our farmers, purchasing from our farmers by buying from Argentina, Venezuela, and other places in the Americas. This is really serious, and I commend both Chairman Harris and Ranking Member DeLauro for bringing this up. But we as a country and have not focused on this with a large aperture on the telescope, and we keep stubbing our toes every single year. So if he would accept an amendment to widen the scope to 40 years, I might be I could be persuaded to consider it. This may not be the moment, but it's so serious, and it has created economic and political divisions in our country that we are experiencing now because the American people can't get ahead. Thank you so very much for allowing me to put that on the record, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair has advised that we cannot do a third-degree amendment, so the gentlelady's suggestion is something we cannot pursue at this point. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to speak on the Harris second-degree amendment to the DeLauro amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reject the second-degree amendment and support Ranking Member DeLauro's amendment because Trump's tariffs have been a disaster for America's families and for our farmers. When this administration launches a reckless trade war with no strategy and no endgame, we all pay the price. Like Ms. DeLauro, I am deeply concerned about the impact of these tariffs on families struggling to put food on the table. I also want to take this opportunity to highlight that America's farmers are doubly impacted by this irresponsible policy. They're facing those same high prices at the grocery store, and their incomes are being undercut at the same time. Family farms across the country, especially in my Illinois district and throughout the Midwest, spent years building export markets for corn, soybeans, and other crops, like Ms. Capter mentioned, only to have those markets wiped out overnight. And let's not forget, during the last Trump trade war, Democrats were the ones who stepped up with the votes to make sure that corn and soy farmers receive support through the Commodity Credit Corporation, the CCC. And now that those funds have been depleted, President Trump has waged another trade war that will harm our farmers even more with no relief in sight. Tariffs on agricultural equipment, fertilizer, and crop inputs, those costs do not get absorbed by other countries. They get passed directly to the hardworking farmers in DeKalb, in LaSalle, Mendota, and across northern Illinois. And when farmers have to spend more on input costs, those are passed on to the families at the grocery store. To make matters worse, House Republicans have surrendered Congress's power over taxes and tariffs to give President Trump free rein to bankrupt America's farmers. They'll praise American agriculture on the campaign trail, but when it's time to expand rural health care, fix our broken immigration policies, or protect farmers from harmful trade policies, they turn their backs and tie their own hands. This amendment is a chance to change that, to stop failed trade policies that hurt America, to stand up for affordable local food and for the future of rural America. I stepped out a few minutes ago because my friends from the Illinois Farm Bureau came to visit for a little chat, just a little check-in. We've been doing these check-ins so frequently this spring because of the recklessness, the chaos, the confusion that this trade war has inspired. I mean, literally, every month we are having important meetings, discussions, and huddles because their businesses, their livelihood, their family's legacy is being harmed by this reckless trade policy. In Illinois, we are so proud to be the nation's #1 producer of soybeans. So proud. We are so proud of the gorgeous corn and the incredible livestock that we produce. And all of that is being threatened by this reckless trade war, and I cannot support the second-degree amendment. I stand with Ranking Member DeLauro, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized to address the Harris second-degree amendment to the DeLauro amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in opposition to the second-degree amendment and will speak in favor of Representative DeLauro's amendment regarding tariffs. Let's remember just what this amendment would do. It simply says none of the funds made available by this or any other act may be used to implement tariffs that would increase food costs in the United States. And it's not a mystery, and it's not something that may happen in the future. It's already happening now. It's not lost on me that we are here arguing about ag, and we eat so many snacks here. I wanted to make sure we had something healthy, so I brought in some apples and bananas. As I said, you're welcome. As I said, we got to do some nutritious stuff here. As I said earlier, in my district, we grow apples. I bet many of your districts, you grow apples. But we don't grow bananas here. Just letting you know, we had Secretary Lutnick in front of the Commerce, Justice, Science Subcommittee last week, and he said, no, there's not a problem. Prices are not going up on bananas. I said, what is the tariff on bananas? He first tried to dodge it. I said, what is the tariff, Mr. Secretary? He said it's 10%, but that's not yet. That's not happening now. Well, guess what? Walmart last week announced that everything from bananas to baby car seats and so many items in between, they have already raised the prices. On bananas, for example, they have raised the prices 8% already, without, whether tariffs are up or down or high or low with this administration, total chaos, total incoherence. Americans are paying more now. Mr. Lutnick tried to tell me, don't worry about it. When we produce them here, when we build stuff here, that number will be reduced. And I had to remind Mr. Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, we don't build that many bananas here, with apologies to Hawaii, who does grow a particular type of banana, but not the bananas that we're talking about here. Tariffs are already affecting our consumers, your constituents, right this minute as they shop at Walmart and get bananas. But as I told you earlier, it also affects the stuff we grow here. My apple producer, the orchard, is already experiencing long delays in just simply getting bags from Canada because Canada can't figure out what our tariff policy is. How in God's name we said to an ally and a friend, we're going to tariff you at 25%, Mexico too, because we are the Americas after all, USMCA and all of that negotiated by the great negotiator. Tariffs are already impacting what we grow here and what we do not grow here, and we will never be building here. So I just would say that take a look at what Walmart is doing. Bananas is just one example, but baby car seats, all the consumer products, prices are going up and uncertainty is in the air. It isn't about a trade deficit on bananas. We're not going to grow them here. It's not a bad thing that there's a trade deficit on some produce that we simply cannot grow here. That's not our problem. I don't know why this president is stuck on that portion of the economic argument. In the end, Americans are paying more. We should be supporting this. We should not be supporting up and down pricing for our consumers on what they want to buy every day, as simple as bananas. As I said to Secretary Lutnick, we're not going to be building them here, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized to address the Harris second-degree amendment to the Delora amendment. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I got to admit, this is a powerful statement in this secondary amendment. It's a powerful statement that you can't talk about tariffs under President Trump, because if you do, everyone back home who's feeling them in my agricultural communities knows exactly what that impact is. So you better say the emperor's wearing some clothes when he's walking around butt naked, because we can't talk about that. So we better put an amendment out that looks back a few years, but don't talk about the tariffs right now. Look, here's what I hear from the farmers, and I've got a very rural district. You know, they're being thrown around so indiscriminately. It's like going to the zoo, the way a monkey throws its dung. You don't know where it's going to land, but you know it's going to be messy. That's the tariff policy under Donald Trump. And because of that tariff policy, if you're a farmer big enough to sell commodities, our number one trading partner in Wisconsin agriculturally is Canada, number two, Mexico, number three, China. So all those farmers are already having big impacts. Not only did USAID shut down, where they often got food from places like Wisconsin, but now they've got tariffs to deal with. But if you're a smaller farmer, you're that farmer who's got, I had at the State of the Union, I brought a farmer from northern Wisconsin, has a small family farm, about 100 families get from his CSA vegetables and dairy. His milk bottles, because of this idiotic trade war that the president's doing, the raw product goes to Canada. to make the bottles. The bottles are made in Canada. They come back to the US, so they get a retaliatory tariff on the way in. They get a tariff on the way out. And that $3 bottle for milk now is $5 or $6. So that is the impact of tariffs that the lady from Connecticut is trying to have us look at. But the gentleman from Maryland is saying, no, that's a beautiful robe the president's wearing, even though I think we got a chance to see his buttocks a few times. So we need to make sure that we are figuring out the real impact of tariffs. And simply having a powerful resolution to distract that does not cover the current period that my farmers are feeling is the strongest statement of all. If we actually do this, that means we are so afraid to, as a Congress, as a country, look at the impact of these tariffs. And we all have rural parts of our districts, or almost all of us do. But I'm telling you the impact I hear every single day. I live in a rural town, 830 people. This is what's impacting folks. So if you want to throw up the white flag, you've got the second degree amendment that says we're not going to look at anything. But I think if we're going to do a service to our farmers, to the agricultural industry, we should see what that impact is. And maybe we could convince the president why they're a bad idea. Because at the end of the day, when you ask who pays tariffs, the answer is we all do. And for the farmer that's now going to have a reduced ability to sell, or their costs are going up, and then they pass it on to us, because that's exactly what happens with tariffs. It's a simple answer. We are irresponsible if we don't do what the gentlelady from Connecticut is trying to do. So I get the subterfuge. You know, we got to make sure the president looks pretty, but the reality is tariffs are anything but pretty, and we shouldn't be doing something like this. So I strongly oppose, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized to address the Harris second degree amendment to the Laura amendment.
Do you guys know the old and tired joke about farming? What's the best way to end up with $1 million as a farmer? To start out with $2 million. An unfunny corollary here is, you know, my farmers tell me the reality of modern farming is that you buy at retail and you sell at wholesale. I shared Dr. Harris's concerns about the trade deficit. Do you all know how we balance our trade deficit? We sell off our mills and our land to foreign investors, and we call it a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing for our grandkids. But the orientation in this secondary amendment around profitability of farms and ranches, I think, misses a key point, that we're not fundamentally charged with assuring the profitability of any given shareholder. It is about the net strength of our nation. It is about the, in my view, the accelerating consolidation of farm holdings. You know, food prices adjusted for inflation, let's be honest, have not changed significantly. In many cases, they've gone down. And I think this gets that point of farmers buying retail and selling wholesale. The entire debate presupposes that the profits from any given grocery bill are accruing not primarily to a small landowner in your own community, but to a shareholder, a faceless board somewhere. And you know, we can talk about prices, we can debate these tariffs. I believe ultimately they're a tool that can be used prudently or destructively. But to focus solely on one side of the ledger, to focus exclusively on prices and not on net wealth, not on advancing wealth inequality in this country, misses one of the larger points. That you can afford to pay your neighbor enough for them to not have to sell off their farmland if we're empowering those same farmers to have market access, to free them from a regulatory moat that protects the large players from the small players. And I would argue that those are the closer to the bone of the debate that I hope we can move forward in this committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to address the Harris second-degree amendment to the Laura amendment? Seeing none, Dr. Harris is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much. Understanding the source origin of our trade deficit, agricultural trade deficit is important. You know, the gentlelady from Ohio is correct. We probably should have written this maybe over a 10-year period or so as we watched that agricultural trade deficit go from surplus to deficit. But again, this is what we have. I think I'm asked the committee to support this. We need to understand this in order to reverse it. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is now on the second-degree amendment offered by Dr. Harris. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the second-degree amendment is adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. May I see a show of hands, please? Do we have them now? Okay. Sufficient number of hands having been raised, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Aye. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei. Yes. Mr. Amadei, aye. Mrs. Bice. Yes. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. No. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Aye. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Aye. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. No. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. No. Mr. Lauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards. Yes. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Yes. Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat. No. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Yes. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Aye. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Yes. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Aye. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. No. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Aye. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Aye. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. No. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter.
Quite interested, but no at this moment.
Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Lalota. Aye. Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee. Oh, yeah, okay. Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. No. Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Aye. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Aye. Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli. No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. No. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Yes. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. No. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. No. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Aye. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Aye. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Strong. Aye. Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Aye. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Watchman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Yes. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Aye. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr.
Jen-
Clyde, aye.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania,
Ms. Dean, no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Cloud, aye.
gentlelady from Utah,
Ms. Malloy, aye.
gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye.
Are there others? Gentlelady from Washington,
Ms.
gentleman
Perez,
from
no.
Georgia.
Mr. Bishop, no.
Looking around, are there any others wishing to record or change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 33, the noes are 26. The amendment in the second degree is adopted. We will now return to the amendment offered by Ms. Delora as amended. Do any members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to close by reminding everyone that the American people are demanding help with the cost of living, biggest issue that's faced by the American people today. And we hear about the issue over and over again. And the last thing that the administration should be doing is engaging in reckless and inflationary trade wars, putting universal tariffs on everything from eggs to produce. The American people need help with the cost of living, and this amendment, as amended, would not give that to them. I would just close by just saying that it's amazing. I think Mr. Pocan made reference to this. Republicans are desperate to avoid voting on President Trump's disastrous tariff policies that will increase the price of food for all Americans. It's not restricted to one's district. It is the entire country is suffering already. Prices are already going up with a disastrous trade policy that the president has embarked on and a tariff policy. I think you ought to try to debate it and discuss it and get in it so that we can do what we can for the American people and address the cost of living problem. I yield back. Oh, and I urge a no vote on the underlying amendment as amended.
Excuse me, thank you. The questions now on the amendment offered by Mr. Laura as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. We want to vote? I gave it to the ayes. You want a recorded vote? That's fine. That's the easiest way, quite frankly. Recorded vote's been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The recorded vote is ordered. I'm sorry. What? We need one more count, if we may. I'm sorry. Of people that want. Mrs. Torres, you're twice as good as anybody I know, but you still don't get 2 votes. Sufficient number?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sufficient number of are in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, no. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Oklahoma? Gentlelady's recorded as a yes.
Afaya, no. Mrs. Bice.
Gentleman from North Carolina?
Mr. Edwards, no.
Gentleman from Arizona? Gentleman is
Siscomani.
recorded as a yes.
Mr. Siscomani, off aye on no.
Gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Lalota, no.
Gentleman from Virginia? Gentlelady
Klein,
from
no.
Utah?
Ms. Malloy, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Gonzalez, no.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania?
Ms. Dean, no.
Are there others wishing to change or record their vote? Clerk will tally.
Yep, Mr.
Oh,
Aguilar.
sorry. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Any others wishing to change or record their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 1, The noes are 57. The amendment as amended is not adopted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment. You might want to put the gentleman might want to put the mic on. Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure the exact date, but Elon Musk purchased Twitter some time ago. Microphone's on. Mr. Womack, can you hear this? Mr. Womack, do you want to hear this? Mr. Womack, will it make a difference? Well, here's another mic. I got all sorts of mics here. I know that only too well. Musk purchased Twitter. He fired about 70% of the people at the get-go. He then hired a major portion of those people back, some who did not come back, but he filled. Why did he do that? Because he did not make an analysis prior to buying Twitter of exactly how many people and what talents he needed to run Twitter, now X. He was then tasked to head up a similar effort to blitzkrieg the federal government. He did that, and he did the same thing. Now, in many instances, courts found that he could not do legally what he did. But in other instances, they found that they, by the way, needed the people that they had fired. Now, they didn't fire all of them, then they gave them options. But I will tell you, as somebody who represents over 70,000 federal employees, none of them thought it was an option. They thought it was either get out under the offer that was made initially and then the fork in the road, or at some point in time, get the hatchet. I told you earlier that my wife ran Reinventing Government for the Clinton-Gore administration. She spent about 5 years doing it, worked in the White House, OMB. She had some 400 people seconded to her, meaning that she worked with various different people who worked in the agencies themselves to determine what, in fact, could be done effectively to reduce, A, the numbers, reduce dollars, and not to damage services. And as I say, about a 5-year process. But she ended up with about 500,000 less federal employees. She didn't. The Clinton-Gore did in administration. What this amendment says, before any agency funded by the Agricultural, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration related agency fires through a reduction in force, a dismissal, probationary employee deferred resignation program, or any similar program, before they do that, they have to make sure that by doing so, they will not undermine revenues of the federal government, thereby causing additional deficit. And the second thing is that they will not increase costs. And the third thing, of course, is that the objectives set by Congress could be accomplished with the employees that are left. None of that was done. I can't believe that there are any of us sitting in this room who don't think if you're going to do a reduction in force in your enterprise, whatever it is, including perhaps your congressional office, you would determine, do I need this person, these persons, or this activity? That would be, seems to me, rashly your first judgment. That did not happen demonstrably under Musk and the effort that was undertaken because, first of all, some of it was not legal, some of it was ill-advised, and some of it had to be reversed, and it had to be reversed quickly. And that was done. So all this amendment says is before you start removing people, you figure out whether you need them. Now, I know you're all going to vote no on it, and I don't understand that. Because I think it's hard to rationally argue, oh no, just do it. And don't figure out what you're doing. So I would ask all of you to vote for this with no expectation that you're going to. It's sad. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Dr. Harris is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there should be no expectation you're going to vote for it. This is report language. If we're serious about this, it would have been bill language. It would have said the department has to do this study. And if it were bill language, we would just call it the Full Employment Act and every federal agency act. Because what it would do is make you so cumbersome to fire one employee, to force one employee, because you have to do a study. Doesn't spell out what the study is. You got to study it. This is why Americans don't have faith in the federal government anymore. Because this is the way they think federal government runs. It's like a permanent employment situation. I would get asked in the district all the time. I live in Maryland. I live near the Capitol. Well, what are you going to do about federal employees? And I'm like, my job is not to guarantee a federal employee their job for life. That is not what I'm sent to Congress to do. I'm sent to Congress on this committee to make appropriate decisions to keep our fiscal policy sustainable, not to guarantee permanent employee for every person who ever walked through the threshold in a federal agency getting employed. What this does, it first of all has no enforcement. This is just rhetoric. We'll probably be here till 3 a.m. again because we're going to probably require a vote on this rhetorical move. If this was serious, it would have been bill language. It's not serious. I get the partisan rhetoric, but let me tell you something. The American people get it too. They know there was waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, and they look to the president, they elected him to solve that problem. This reverses the mandate of last November's election. So I urge you to reject even the committee report. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the amendment from the gentleman from Maryland. It simply requires an analysis prior to any mass rifts, forks in the road, or deferred resignation programs. That didn't happen, but we can avoid that mistake going forward, and therefore I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Do any other members seek recognition to speak to the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment, and I share Mr. Hoyer's concern about the attack on federal employees. Just briefly, though, my other colleague from Maryland, Chairman Harris, made comments about waste, fraud, and abuse, and also suggested that this is a full employment effort with respect to government employees. But I'd say this, somewhere between the chainsaw attack and firings and a full employment effort, there's a rational approach that would be based on some sort of analysis to see where it made sense to reduce the workforce and how to go about doing it. The approach that Congressman Hoyer mentioned previously is a great example of how that can be done successfully and how this should have been done. And we know that this was done the wrong way because the Trump administration ended up having to bring people back who had been fired, in some instances just a few days before. And in some situations, they didn't even know who they'd fired or why they'd fired them. So I think it's disingenuous, frankly, to sort of make an argument like that when we know better than that. And the waste, fraud, and abuse argument doesn't make a lot of sense either, because as we saw with USDA in particular, but many other agencies across the board, the first thing the Trump administration did when they came in was fire the IGs. And if you want to go after waste, fraud, and abuse, that's not where you start. You would actually work with them. And this IG, who was at USDA, was especially good. She'd been appointed by numerous presidents, including Republicans, and had a sterling career. I think she'd helped to return $17 billion over the course of her investigations, while she'd been in the service as an IG over, I believe it was 25 years. So, firing her, and obviously the Trump administration never gave an explanation as to why they fired her, because they don't have a good one. That's in court, so we'll see how that gets resolved. But I think it's unfortunate that we want to sort of make that kind of argument, attacking an individual who had a sterling career, like many of the other federal government employees. And the last point I'll make is this, and that's the brain drain issue. As we rush to push these people out the door, scientists and researchers who are doing outstanding work at USDA, and we'll be able to talk about this with respect to other departments and agencies. Many of our overseas rivals, some friendly like Germany and France, some not so friendly like China, are welcoming our research talent, scientists, and tech talent with open arms. And it's undermining our ability moving forward. This is agriculture, so it's a little bit of a different animal, but we're hurting ourselves, and we can talk about this down the road with respect to AI, quantum, computing, and the like. We're giving an advantage to China at a time when we can least afford it. And I don't know that we're actually going to be able to close that gap after they take the talent away from us. And by the way, China obviously is stealing a lot of technology and innovation from the United States, but they're also building on what they're getting from us too. And while we're making these cuts to research and sending our scientists and technologists away, and actually also making cuts to students in college and graduate school, taking away their funding and steering them away from the track that we need them to go on, China's doing the exact opposite. They're throwing billions of dollars into the research and training for those sorts of scientists and engineers and technologists. So we can stay on this track, and whether it's report language or bill language, I think, as Congressman Hoyer pointed out, you're probably going to vote against it anyway, either way. But at the end of the day, this is something we're really hurting our country by doing it this way. And I hope we'll refocus and redirect and take a different approach. So I certainly support the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman, I rise in support of Mr. Hoyer's amendment. I'm a little surprised at the way our federal workforce is being characterized by the chairman of this subcommittee. I don't know if you all have spoken to the federal employees, these dedicated public servants in your own district, if you've heard from them in your town hall meetings, if you've met with them in your stakeholder group meetings. I have. And I will tell you, many of these very dedicated public servants have devoted their adult and professional life to serving the American people. This amendment does not, quote, guarantee anyone a job for life. That's not what this amendment is about at all. And in fact, I think it's important to impress upon my colleagues that many members of our federal workforce save us money. They also save lives. In ag, for example, food inspectors, people who keep our food safe, people who make sure that Americans don't get sick from outbreaks or illnesses that affect the food supply. This is a good thing. This keeps people safe. This saves us money. And I think we've all probably read the articles about Elon Musk acknowledging that they would make mistakes during the Doge cuts. He said it, we're gonna make mistakes. So if he can admit it, if he can acknowledge that mistakes have been made, and in fact, there is, even if you don't want to believe Elon Musk anymore, there's an implicit acknowledgement of that mistake in the effort to rehire many of these employees after they were summarily dismissed. I really would encourage you all to speak to the federal employees, these public service in your own districts. Each one of us has federal employees in our districts. Give them the opportunity to share with you the angst, the anxiety that they are feeling with these cuts that are pretty indiscriminate in many ways, especially those Doge cuts. Allow them the privilege as your constituents to tell you how they help the mission of the federal government and the impact that they make on the lives of the people in our districts. And just as a reminder, here's what this amendment does. It is a report calling for a report certifying that these staffing changes, which have been admitted, many of which have been admitted to be a mistake by Elon Musk, these staffing changes would not reduce revenue. We don't want to reduce the revenue, especially after the significant cuts that were made by the reconciliation bill, nor increase costs. I think we can all agree that's a good thing, to the respective agency, and a study demonstrating that the affected employee is no longer necessary to carrying out the agency's mission. You know, yesterday we were debating the Milcom VA bill, and I didn't hear any of my colleagues defending the 80,000 person cuts coming to the VA. You're not stopping it, but I didn't hear anyone defending it because we know that those public servants deliver a service. They have a purpose. So, Mr. Hoyer, I strongly support this very common sense amendment that would give us information. We are, after all, the Appropriations Committee. We have the power of the purse, or at least we once did. And so this information can be very helpful, I believe. Thank you for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak to the amendment? Okay. If there is no further debate, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the chairman for yielding. We heard a very cynical argument that this was a permanent employment. That's baloney. Has nothing to do with it. I don't care how big the federal government is. I don't care whether we upsize it or downsize it. What I want to make sure is we right-size it. And any of you are involved in any operation, that's, I presume, what you want to do as well. Whether you're running a farm, a ranch, or your offices. You want to right-size it. They had no idea what the right size is. They may have had a premise that it was too big, but they didn't have any premise as to what right-sizing really was all about. And a cynicism. This report language means nothing. I think I agree with you, Doctor, because the administration doesn't give a damn what the Congress has to say. So whether we say it in report, whether we say it in laws, and they don't care what the law says. Homan said, I don't care what the judges say. So we can take that position, and we will be essentially a talking body without any effect. if we take the premise that report language doesn't mean anything. Because I will tell you, when I served early on in this committee, when we said something in the report, the agencies thought we meant it, and they did it. That, of course, is not true under this administration. I agree with Dr. Harris completely. I also think that's unfortunate. So I urge a rational vote on looking at what we're doing and right-sizing our government.
Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Would ask for a show of hands.
Grace?
Sufficient number now having been reached. Recorded vote has been
Thank you,
requested.
Grace.
Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will
Yes, sir.
call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Wait. Aye. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any members wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California?
Mr. Harder,
Gentleman
aye.
from New York?
Mr. Espaillat.
Gentlelady from
Aye.
Pennsylvania?
Ms. Dean, aye.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Elzey, no.
The other gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud.
There's only two.
No.
The gentleman from California?
Mr. Calvert, no.
Uh,
Miss- Mr. Harder is recorded as a aye.
Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from North Carolina?
Mr. Edwards, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Carter, no.
Gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
Are there other members wishing to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally.
Whose mic is this? This is a roving mic. Who gave this?
You're recorded as aye.
Oh, leading up the board? Actually, the gentlelady from Nevada is not recorded.
Ms. Lee, aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 35. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendments? I believe the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Kapner, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I rise to offer an amendment, Chapter 1. The amendment is at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to waive further reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Dear members of the committee, photos are being passed out to you. I ask you just to look at them to give you a sense of what I'm going to be talking about here. But I offer this amendment to better connect the U.S. Department of Agriculture to food production in communities it has long ignored. I offer this amendment to restore essential funding for the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production. We, across this great country, including places I represent, have a new age of farmers coming up. They are a driving force for innovation, and this is the photos you're looking at are in communities that I have visited and know in order to encompass what I'm talking about. This is not farming 2,000 acres of corn out in rural America. This is developing new technology that makes possible new growing chambers and technologies, including in communities that can even be urban as well as suburban and rural. Urban and community agriculture cannot be overstated. The importance of it cannot be overstated for innovation. Frankly, it is exciting to observe America's creativity and to reclaim production where possible closest to home. So let me give you some examples. I don't have a picture of this, but you can look it up on the internet. In New York City, we have a company called Gotham Greens. They're growing spinach and basil and turning their products into direct product sale as well as dressings. And they're placing their buildings on top of abandoned industrial structures. This is creativity in agriculture in America. If you look at the photos that are being passed out to you, you will see one that has some white baskets that look like it's hanging on the stick. That's actually my yard. We produce about 400 to 500 pounds of food a year that we give to our food banks and to our feeding kitchens. And believe me, every onion, every piece of lettuce is taken. It's a drip irrigation system powered by a solar panel hooked up to the city water system. It's really an amazing thing to see creativity in all sizes. On the big side, we've got companies that have grown in our region up to 100 acres, 4-season production, polyhouses, growing organic, vegetables and fruits throughout the year. Nothing is more beautiful than picking organic strawberries as the snow is falling in December in these chambers. They do not exist in strictly rural America, but new energy technologies and new agricultural innovation has made possible growing in forgotten places, places that were never thought of before. In Ohio and elsewhere, urban agriculture can be seen in signs of it in massive farmers markets. If you're in Eastern Market in Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan, or you're at the Ohio City Market in Cleveland, Ohio, you'll see skyscrapers in one of the pictures we gave you. That is in the heart of Cleveland, Ohio. Surrounded by certain public housing projects, there are Burmese farmers producing the best food you'd ever want to eat, and they have a farmers market right there in the heart of Cleveland, Ohio. West Side Market in Cleveland, Ohio, I recommend it to all of you. The Toledo Farmers Market. Some of these producers are fledgling, and but what's interesting, they've innovated with rooftop gardens, and they feed into our farmers markets in all these different locations. And we have so many farmers now, younger farmers, doing organic production who bring their product to the big farmers in the cities. We have to encourage this. Some of our next generation farmers are going to come from these places. So what do? We produce people who are expert in growing, and the Department of Agriculture must see them. They must see them. They must not discount them. They're involved with healthier living, self-reliance. They need to learn more about all the technologies of agriculture, but they are learning and they're inventing new ones. You'll see an aquaponics photo that's included there. They're growing fish and vegetables, and they have a thriving, successful business that they've turned into restaurants around the region that I represent. So what we're asking USDA to do is don't discount these innovators. This is really worth something. In this bill, the funding for the program was, I think, there was no funding in the program, but I am telling you, this is one of those places at USDA that is actually a center for innovation in places that USDA didn't even know about. So I do think it has a place at agriculture. I would ask the chairman of the full committee to just think about it as we move forward and work with the Senate on a final bill. But honestly, to me, this is just as exciting as milking my first cow. So, and it's out there, and we need to enhance it. I thank you very much. I look forward to working with our Senate colleagues and to create pillars for better health in our communities, for economic opportunity, and obviously for environmental progress by reusing land that was throwaway land before. My time has expired, but Mr. Chairman, I would likely withdraw the amendment in order that we have more chance for people to understand what this is all about and gain strength as we move to conference with the Senate.
Well, I thank the gentlelady for her presenting the amendment, and I appreciate the withdrawal in the interest of time, but certainly continue the dialogue. Thank you very much. I think that Mr. Bishop is recognized for an amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer this amendment which will strengthen rural infrastructure and help keep the American dream within reach of rural families. This amendment addresses the devastating cuts to USDA rural development, in particular, the cuts to the community facilities loans and rural housing assistance. This bill guts community facility loans by $1.8 billion below the FY25 level and $250 million below the president's budget request. My amendment, which is completely offset, would provide an additional $370 million in loans for Section 502 direct single-family housing loans, an additional $250 million in community facilities direct loans. My amendment also restores rural housing assistance grants funding to $35 million and Section 523 mutual and self-help housing grants funding to $15 million. When we cut community facilities loans, we are really making it harder for small towns and counties to build hospitals, to have enough patrol cars, to make sure that firefighters have safe equipment, and to provide other essential needs that they cannot afford without the partnership these loans provide. In my own district, community facility loans have been used to invest in 2 fully appointed patrol vehicles for the law enforcement of Blakely, Georgia, a city with a population of about 4,500 people. But these loans are not just important in my part of Georgia. In Georgia's 9th Congressional District, represented by Mr. Clyde, community facility loans helped build a new health care facility in Banks County. In Iowa's 3rd Congressional District, represented by Ms. Henson, used over $8 million in community facility loans to repair and resurface roads in 4 cities. In Arizona's 6th Congressional District, represented by Mr. Subcommittee, a $52,579,000 loan helped build a 132,000 square foot healthcare facility in the city of Casa Grande. In Mississippi's 3rd Congressional District, represented by Mr. Guest, a $19 million, $710,000 loan helped build a new medical office building in the city of Brookhaven, which increased community access to health care. And let us not forget the return on the investment that these community facility loans are making. Every dollar invested returns multiple dollars in property tax base increases, construction, and other jobs. My amendment would help USDA finance roughly 1,700 additional low-income rural home loans, and by restoring rural housing assistance grants, we're helping with home ownership as well as home repair, especially for some of our most vulnerable, like the elderly. They need these grants to help with projects like building a handicap ramp or other necessary improvements to keep them safe in their own home as they age. It's important that we recognize that rural communities are already at a disadvantage here, including limited access to financing, high-cost loans, and fewer banks and branches to serve them. It can be hard to become a homeowner in rural America, and home ownership is a cornerstone of the American dream. The underlying bill takes us in the direction of turning a century back on the clock in America, when less than half of the homes in our country were owned by their occupants. My amendments point us back in the right direction and help make it a little easier for folks to achieve the dream and create greater financial stability on which families cannot just survive, but also thrive. My amendment gives this bill the funding necessary for Congress to remain a strong, dependable partner for America's rural communities, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris, Dr. Harris, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Bishop, for offering it and for the enthusiasm you have for this program, the rural housing program. The problem with the amendment, if you want to look it up and look at it, is where it gets the monies from. So the bottom line is it takes the Office of the Secretary, which includes departmental administration. So on the one hand, the argument is, well, there's not enough people to administer all these things that have to be done at the USDA. We already reduced that Secretary's office by $15 million, from $58 million to $43 million. This takes another $15 million to bring it to $28 million. It doesn't work. You can't, it'd be great. If we could print money, this would be wonderful, but we can't. The bottom line is we already took money out of the Secretary's office. This decimates the Office of the Secretary, which includes, again, departmental administration. So for instance, on page 5, line 14, it strikes $85 million and inserts $65 million, which is for the Office of the Chief Information Officer. But it doesn't change the next line, which says of that $65 million, not less than $60 million has to be for cybersecurity. So it takes a $25 million delta and makes it a $5 million. So everything else the Office of the Chief Information Officer does, collect all the data, all that, it reduced it by 80% to do this. So what I would offer is that if I'll work with the gentleman, before we go to the floor, we'll find it. We'll find some money. But it can't be these kind of cuts to the Office of the again, a cut to something that's already been cut, especially looking at departmental administration. Again, I'll use the word, draconian cuts. At some point, we are passing appropriations. I'll offer to work with the gentleman. We'll attempt to restore some of this, but we'll have to, we'll have to find it either somewhere else in the bill or to a lesser degree in the places where the gentleman suggests. So with that, as it sits, I would have to recommend that we reject the amendment as it sits. Again, with the offer, even if we reject this amendment, that we could work before we come to full committee. I yield back. Before we come to the floor, rather.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member of the full committee, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment, which protects critical repair self-help grants that help families and seniors fix up their homes and build equity. The Section 502 Direct Loan Program is the only federal mortgage that targets homeownership exclusively for low and very low-income buyers. Adding $370 million means 1,700 more families can trade rent for a modest mortgage, building wealth instead of spending their hard-earned money on rent. The 502 Direct Program invested in over 29,000 home purchases over the last 5 years. The Community Facility Direct Loan invests in critical infrastructure in rural communities across the country and does so at no cost to the taxpayer. This amendment would increase the funding for loans under the program to the level in the President's budget. We must take action because the current bill's $15 million cut would reduce the number of home repair projects that would keep seniors in their home by 18%. With this funding, we can fix over 8,500 roofs and ramps, avoid residents having injuries that result in nursing home placements. Additionally, mutual and self-help grants will give nonprofits the staff they need to help families literally build their own homes. The current bill's $5 million cut undermines the program and would prevent potentially hundreds of families from investing, quote, sweat equity into homes they build with their own hands. Investing in rural communities through these housing programs is one of the most cost-effective ways this committee can lower the cost of living for everyday Americans. Because firefighters deserve stations that don't leak, and families in rural communities deserve homes that they can call their own. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I strongly support this amendment. You might not be able to tell, but these cuts to rural development really have my blood boiling. So this is what I look like when my blood is boiling. You may all not represent rural states, but I do. Maine is one of the most rural states in the nation. We are a Congress that constantly says we support rural communities. We want to help out small towns and those people who are struggling in rural areas of our country. But cuts to rural development do exactly the opposite. The ranking member talked about some of the damage that will be done by cutting the community facility grants, but I want to focus on the housing portion of this. The chair said we couldn't possibly pass this amendment because it would cut somewhere else in the administration of the USDA, and I understand his concerns about that. But let's just talk about this. This is a Republican majority in the House. You have the majority and the ability to decide what the allocation will be here and what you want to mark up to the USDA and with rural development. So the overall spending here is a reflection of your values and your budget. And you are making cuts right now that will impact housing in rural communities. We're also doing this in the lens of the big beautiful bill, which is also going to cut taxes for the wealthiest in this country, and you are showing your priorities are somewhere else, as well as increasing the deficit. But I just want to talk about the housing crisis in my state, because I have a feeling it's happening in your state too. Now, this issue has been growing for us in Maine, and I've been surprised that more people don't focus on housing, because I know affordability of housing is an issue everywhere else, but for our state, it's been a perfect storm. Going back to the recession in 08 and 09, we stopped building enough houses, and that was true in many places in the country. Maine also happens to be the oldest state in the nation, so we didn't have a lot of influx of people, and we didn't have a lot of new housing developments. So we were already behind, and then the pandemic hit. And the good news was, for a state that is the oldest in the nation and was declining in population, everybody figured out they actually wanted to live in a state like Maine, and our housing was more affordable, and that it was a great safe place to raise your children and move your family. So that's wonderful, because we've had the first immigration that we've seen since the early 1970s, and it's good for our population, it's good for our workforce, but it hasn't been good for our housing stock. The median price of a house now in our state is $410,000. That's the median price. That's not affordable for a young working family. It used to be, if you moved to a rural town somewhere in our state, you could actually buy a house for $75,000, $125,000. You could really get a good start. And it used to be, with what they called farmers' home loans, you could start out with a very low interest rate through rural development and get that house, make sure your family had an affordable house, you could make the payments, and know that you would have a house that would be stable for you and you could give to your children. Well, now we're trying to catch up. Our house needs about 84,000 houses to be constructed by 2030, and there's no way we can meet that goal. Now, 84,000 houses probably doesn't sound like a lot if you're from Texas, but in our tiny little state of 1.3 million people, that is a lot of houses to build. And wouldn't you know, I popped out for a minute and, like many of you, went into my office to see who was there and had a quick meeting with the National Association of Home Builders. Travis and Carl were in my office, and what did they want to talk about? Their inability to meet the goals of building enough houses in our state. Because there's a supply chain shortage, because it's very expensive, because interest rates are high, because people want to build those expensive houses, not affordable houses, and we don't have enough workers in our state, and unfortunately, we've had a lot picked up recently and removed from our state for the reason that you know is going on around our country. So we have a perfect storm going on. We need this level of support. To lose even a dollar that would go into affordable housing or rural housing is a crime in this country. It's a travesty. It's the same problem in every one of your states, even if the numbers look different in my state. And to make this level of cuts here, even if it's a dollar, is wrong, but to have these as priorities in how you develop this budget is wrong too. I know you want to do otherwise. I hope you will vote for this amendment, and I hope you will reconsider as we move down the road on this bill, putting more money into rural housing, because where else are we going to get it when we're cutting HUD and we're cutting so many other levels of government right now? Please reflect this in your priorities and put money back into housing, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for thoughtful remarks. Do any other members seek recognition to speak to this amendment? Seeing none, the question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. He has 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much. You've heard the discussion, and I appreciate very much the chair's willingness to work with us between now and the time this process is finalized. But I think it's a good amendment, and I would urge us to vote for it because it's good for rural America, it's good for America, and I think that it's what this committee should do as we take up this agriculture, rural development, and FDA appropriations bill. So I urge the passage of the amendment.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been called for, and a sufficient number of hands have been raised, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Yes. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Mr. Loro. Aye. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. No. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Loloda. Mr. Loloda, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mrs. Torres votes aye. Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein votes no.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Hoyer votes aye.
And gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Frankel votes aye.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Clyde votes no.
Are there others I have missed? Clerk will tally. Before we actually announce this, I would encourage the discussion between the chair and the ranking member. I think there is common ground that might be found here, and I hope going forward we can do it. But I leave that to your good offices. I know you're both exceptionally skilled and able legislators. No. You can still vote, so. Yes. Sure. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Bishop is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer this amendment, which will help ensure Americans in our rural communities have access to clean and affordable water, and that our rural towns and counties can maintain improved waste disposal services without straining their budgets or passing a huge tab on to their ratepayers. My amendment will provide $20 million to the Water and Waste Grant Program, which provides funding for clean and reliable drinking water systems, sanitary sewage disposal, sanitary solid waste disposal, and stormwater drainage to households and businesses in eligible rural areas. We're talking about towns with populations of 10,000 people or less. Not a large ratepayer base to be able to shoulder the burden of such large but absolutely necessary capital improvement projects. What does this mean in a rural family's lived experience? Well, in Mountainburg, Arkansas, A $1.5 million grant from USDA Rural Development is helping the city and county with extension of its water system project, an ongoing effort to expand access to clean and affordable water for folks who currently rely on their own wells or hauling in potable water from elsewhere. In Albion, Idaho, with a population of just over 200 people, a $123,000 grant is helping the city increase its well capacity, constructing a new water storage tank and replacing dilapidated well facilities, pipelines, as well as water meters. Because Congress has provided strong funding for water and waste disposal grant programs in the past, Albion's families are not having to shoulder on their own the relatively large costs of these capital improvements. In Moorhead, Kentucky, a $357,000 grant is helping to replace water lines and improving as well as adding pump stations. All of this is helping improve service to families and reducing the chance of water line breaks and boil water advisories. Thousands of households are being helped by this project. We can all agree these are worthwhile investments in our rural communities which improve the quality of life for American families. Making the upfront investment in our town and county water and waste disposal systems saves us the costs of dealing with the consequences of communities that cannot afford to make these improvements. Bad water, short and long-term health problems, and a lack of infrastructure that helps attract and keep businesses in these communities. When we talk about community resilience, these are the building blocks: housing, utilities, infrastructure. I urge you to support my amendment to add $20 million to the Waste and Water Grant Program. Everyone knows of towns, several towns like Mountainburg, Albion, or Moorhead, in our state or in our own districts. My amendment will help ensure that Congress continues to be there for them also. So I urge your adoption of this amendment. I urge your continued commitment to the rural communities, particularly the small rural communities in this country. Rural America deserves to have the same opportunities, the same quality of life as any place else in this great country. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman very much. Gentleman from Maryland, Dr. Harris, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, look, I reluctantly rise to oppose the amendment. I appreciate, again, the enthusiasm of the ranking member for, increasing the funding in some of these programs. Look, we could spend $1 billion in these programs. We could spend $2 billion because the backlog is huge. Well, we already had this discussion yesterday during the military construction bill, when the gentleman from Texas said, yeah, that Corpus Christi Naval Station, it needs some money. And we said, well, there's only so much money to go around. It's not on the list. That's it. That's what we have to do. We have to make tough decisions. We have a $2 trillion deficit. And again, just like the last amendment, the problem is that the subcommittee has already shaken the sofa and all the money's come out of it. So the ranking member looks to shake it a little more, but where did he draw? Where is this amendment drawn to get that money from? Well, it turns out it's the unobligated balances in the rural development salaries and expenses. Well, those rural development offices are important, and we've heard that. We've actually heard the problems with cutting back some of the rural development staffing. We are already cut that account to $305 million, which is a 15% reduction. We've already cut that account $45 million. This amendment cuts it another 20. Well, yes, it's an unobligated balance, but that's what you can use to make up for the fact that we have cut $46 million, and that in a lot of these offices, you do actually need personnel, you do actually have expenses. So it kind of cuts off your nose to spite your face for our rural communities. It's like, what do you want, the wastewater, or do you want the rural development salaries and expenses? Because you can't have them both. I would offer, we have the balance necessary in the bill. Again, I appreciate the gentleman, and look, these These are done in my district. They're done in a lot of your districts. They're important. Again, we could spend $1 billion. We could spend $2 billion. Part of the problem is that this actually goes after some of the personnel in rural development in order to pay for those projects. So I just don't think that that's a trade-off that's worth doing. We've considered this carefully. Again, I'm just going to have to rise and unfortunately oppose the gentleman's amendment. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank the ranking member for fighting for this funding. And I think it's important to note this is not an increase over last year's funding. This is an increase that would mitigate the cuts being made to this funding. And so when we hear, we'd love to increase funding for everything, which I agree with, there's a lot of great programs, but this isn't like an add-on to money that is the status quo. This is mitigating deep cuts. I also agree having to make a lot of these tough decisions is painful, and I do not shy away from making tough decisions. I served as the county judge in my community of El Paso for a dozen years, or I served in county government for a dozen years, 2 terms as the county judge. We had to make a lot of tough decisions at the local level every single week. Here's the thing, this is really important funding. I spoke in my opening remarks about colonias and what they are and why they were created. They were created because of a decision of the state legislature in the state of Texas to allow developers to develop land without water and wastewater. I cannot describe the living conditions of people who have to live without running water and wastewater in the United States of America. It's unacceptable, and it should be unacceptable to all of us. But because state legislatures refused to hold developers accountable, families who were told, oh, the water's coming, the wastewater is coming, have waited decades. And the local governments, like the local government that I was head of, the county government, when water connections cost hundreds of millions of dollars, that pretty much represents the entire budget of that local government. And so this is where the federal government can and should step in to ensure that people have dignity in their quality of life, the bare minimum, water and wastewater. And we can do that today simply by maintaining the status quo from last year and stopping the deep cuts. And we can pay for it by making sure the wealthiest in America pay their fair share. That's where those decisions come in. I mean, believe me, I'm all in on tax breaks and tax cuts for hardworking families. I'm all in on that. And I'm all in on recognizing that we have to address the deficit. That is a crisis that all of us need to fix together. We don't do it by giving millionaires and billionaires tax breaks. We just don't. They have to pay their fair share so that we can lift people up out of third world country conditions with no water, no wastewater, and we're not having to make that choice of funding the rural community office versus water hookups so that people can turn on their faucet or turn on their shower and have water. So I think the underlying decision on how to fund this is pretty easy. And I think the need and the justification of that need is pretty easy. And Mr. Bishop, I'm grateful for your leadership and your advocacy. I stand alongside you. I am not going to quit. until every single family has access to what we take for granted on a daily basis, turning on their faucets and being able to get clean running water. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for her comments. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Ohio is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the Bishop Amendment and wish to say that fresh, clean water is life. It is the starting point. It's first base. I happen to represent a region that has certainly benefited from this program. Literally, places that I've represented, to go to them, smaller towns, even some that drained into our major drinking water lake, Lake Erie, you had to wear boots because you knew that the sewage was seeping through the ground all times of the year, even the winter. Well, we fixed that. And if it weren't for USDA, we never would have been able to do it. I represented communities. They took them away with gerrymandering, but we found pollution along a major river. And we couldn't figure out how it got there. And by golly, it led us to a dig of old refuse left over from the Atomic Energy Commission 50 years ago, 60 years ago. And I thought it would be a $5 million job to try to clean up the area. I no longer represent it, but continue to fund it. And we've now probably spent over $185 million. We think some of the waste may have been shipped in the 1950s through Hannaford out on the West Coast. We're not sure yet. And I said, what? And they said, yeah, Marcy, they use this area as a dumping ground. Well, we still don't have all the homes in the area connected to a fresh water, but it obviously is eligible for that. My point is, there are many places in this country that need attention and needed it long ago. And I want to commend Congressman Bishop, Ranking Member Bishop, for offering this amendment. You know, we can think hard about who's not paying taxes, you know, you don't want to be too creative, but maybe the president could charge for rides on that new airplane that Qatar gave us, and let people raise the money and, you know, put it in this account, donate it to the government of the United States. There are different things that can be done to try to raise the money, but this is really needed. Everybody here knows it. Every single person sitting in this room knows it. So thank you very much, Congressman Bishop, and I support your amendment thoroughly.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other members wish to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say a couple of decades ago, I had a district director who was a former mayor who went to visit after he was questioned by a local county commissioner and a mayor that their water tower had ceased to work and they wanted some help. He went down to visit and he saw that in the town where the water tower was servicing the residents, that there was just across the tracks within that city a part that had no running water whatsoever. And he visited that side of the tracks, the other side of the tracks, and he came back and said, we want to help this city, but Congressman, this is bad. It's a third world nation, and he was literally in tears. That's when I became aware of what we can do as a Congress to help these small rural communities. And this amendment is fully offset by rescinding funds in the RD salaries that are being held back for administrative expenses. It doesn't cut RD staff or programs, and I firmly believe that we must do better for our rural communities, especially the small and the poor ones. It's paid for. I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I think that we will be doing the Lord's work to pass this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amidei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan now. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Reschenthaler, no.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Valadeo, no.
Gentleman from Texas. Mr. Elzey. Okay.
Mr. Elzey
Gentlelady from
Flores,
Oklahoma.
no. Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
Gentlelady from Washington.
Ms. Perez, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Dr. Harris, no.
Are there any others wishing to?
Mrs. Torres.
Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres.
Mrs. Torres, aye.
Are there any others wishing to record or change their vote? Okay, I got. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye.
Are there any others wishing to record or change their vote? Clerk will tally. Did we get quick? A gentleman from Illinois, how?
Mr. Quigley votes aye.
What about Cuellar?
He's recorded as an aye.
Okay.
Okay, I have 2632 now.
Yes.
On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 32. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment addresses a single report issued by USDA's Economic Research Service that has been published regularly every quarter for decades until last month. ERS and the Foreign Agriculture Service are supposed to release the outlook each quarter. Yet, political appointees in the administration delayed the most recent edition by 2 weeks, then stripped out the entire analysis section because it linked the widening ag trade deficit to new tariffs. Congress and producers need the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and on time. When the censored report finally surfaced, it forecast a record $49.5 billion farm trade deficit for FY26, up from $31.8 billion just 2 years ago. That gap isn't just a talking point. It's a ledger line that hits growers' bottom lines and rural tax bases. That gap is bad. American agricultural producers rely on ERS data to make business decisions. A blackout forces them to guess, pushing risk premiums into the prices that families pay at the grocery store. We cannot allow political influences to raise questions about the objectivity and the integrity of USDA's data. Regular, full-text publication keeps supply chains steady and food bills lower. This amendment would codify the quarterly reports into law and ensure that political pressure from USDA management does not interfere with its publication ever again. The facts are the facts, and if those facts embarrass the administration, then they should change the policy instead of trying to obscure the numbers. I urge you to adopt this amendment, not just for this moment in time, but for the future days, months, and years ahead, because our agricultural producers, our exporters need to have the data, and they need clean, objective, fair data upon which they can make sound decisions and projections. So I urge the adoption of this amendment and urge this committee to pass it and make it a part of this bill going forward. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Dr. Harris, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. While I half-heartedly oppose the last two amendments, I wholeheartedly oppose this one. Look, the bottom line is that this is all generated by some conspiracy theory that somehow you could hide a trade deficit growing by not issuing a report. Well, that's a little crazy in and of itself because we know where the trade deficit is going. I don't need to see the report. We've seen the straight line increase in our trade deficit over the past 4 years because the last administration did nothing about the agricultural trade deficit except make it worse. Now, who would expect that your trade deficit would be reversed? Because remember, we're in the northern hemisphere. In the first quarter or second quarter of the year when it's not a growing season. I mean, come on. This is all a conspiracy theory. Look, I get the messaging here. Oh my gosh, they're trying to hide something. No. The last administration didn't want to talk about the agricultural trade deficit. You didn't see it in a headline somewhere because they tried to hide it from the public. We're out saying, look, this trade deficit is bad. It's 48, maybe 49 billion. The Secretary has admitted that the trade deficit's going up. Of course it's going up. We don't have a growing season. We don't have the tariff policies yet in place that can help reverse our trade deficit. Before, earlier in the discussion was, well, what could you do? What could the last administration have done? Just pay attention to what this administration will do. It will put in the necessary tariffs, because that's actually how you reduce a trade deficit, on things like some of the agricultural products that our economic competitors tariff at 100% or 150% or 200%. That's how you deal with an agricultural trade deficit. There's no expectation that it was going to be magically reversed by the election of someone in November without even a growing season, without a year to get these policies right. So look, this is punitive. I get the messaging. I think it's conspiratorial, to be honest with you, and I urge rejection of the amendment.
Do any members wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I certainly appreciate the talking points coming from the chairman. However, in Trump 1, the first administration, as well as now, fair, objective information is at a premium. And we don't have it. The first thing they did when they came in was to shut down the websites and to hide from the American people exactly what the facts were and what the agencies were doing or not doing. The jobs reports were changed, the way that they calculated it, because they were afraid that there would be job losses. Our economic forecasts that we're talking about right now are absolutely needed. Industry needs it, farmers need it, everyone needs accurate information so that they can plan appropriately. This is a good amendment, it's good government, and it's good for all concerned. I urge the adoption of this amendment because I think that it will certainly improve the way that USD operates, and it will be beneficial to all of the stakeholders of the ERS services and all of those that rely on that information. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment, would ask for a show of hands. Sufficient number having expressed their support. Roll call vote is ordered.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any other members seek recognition to, any members care to change or record their vote? A gentlelady from Texas,
Ms. Escobar votes aye.
gentlelady from Maine,
Ms. Pingree votes aye.
a gentleman from New York,
Mr. Lalota votes no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Cuellar votes aye.
gentleman from Georgia,
Mr. Clyde votes no.
gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Joyce votes no.
Where? Oh, gentleman from South Carolina, thank you.
Ms.
Gentlelady from
Clyburn
Washington.
votes aye. Ms. Perez votes aye.
Are there any others wishing to change or record their vote? I do not believe the gentlelady is recorded.
Ms. Underwood, aye.
Are there any others wishing to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 35. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment and discussion? Mr. Bishop is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment deals with deferred resignation program. This amendment says one simple thing, that taxpayers should not fund no-show jobs while agencies scramble and pay again to replace the people they just paid to leave. OPM's memo tells the deferred resignation program participants that they will receive full salary and benefits through September 30th while doing no work and can even take a second job while they're on leave. At USDA, the DRP participants are placed on paid administrative leave the moment they sign. Extending this ridiculous scheme into FY26 would drain frontline budgets just when Americans need them the most. After agreeing to cover up to 15,000 USDA salaries through September under DRP, the department told Congress it is now actively recruiting to fill those positions, even inviting some of the DRP leavers to return. Within days of the exodus, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service emailed staff a list of 73 newly vacant jobs that it needed to backfill. FSIS, the Food Safety Inspection Service, meanwhile, has posted fresh consumer safety inspector vacancies with $5,000 sign-on bonuses. Paying 2 salaries for 1 job is the very definition of waste. Earlier DRP rounds lured away 555 Food Safety and Inspection Service employees, about 7% of the agency that every FSIS employee we lose risks slower plant lines, higher costs for meat and poultry products, and higher foodborne illness costs for working families. When USDA inspectors, FDA reviewers, or rural housing loan processors disappear, bottlenecks appear. That translates into higher grocery prices, delayed generic drug approvals, and stalled home loans. Barring a 2026 DRP keeps agencies staffed and supply chains moving. The administration claims its goal is to make government more efficient. Paying employees not to work is the opposite of efficiency, and especially so when agencies are hiring new employees with less experience to cover the duties of those being paid not to work. To be clear, we do not want to punish the people who participated in DRP already. If an employee took the DRP offer this year, we don't want to pull the rug out from under them. But Congress has a duty, a sacred duty to the taxpayers, not to allow this absurd and wasteful program going forward. And this committee has a duty and a responsibility to put an end to it. Let's keep every agriculture dollar on mission, inspecting food, protecting markets, and serving our farm communities. I urge you to adopt this amendment. Oh, yes, that's the right thing to do for the American taxpayers, and we will have done what our duty to the American people is. Thank you for that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Maryland, Dr. Harris is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All right, this one I three-quarters heartedly oppose, not wholeheartedly, and the reason is the gentleman's absolutely right. I mean, there's something in me when I first heard about this program going, what, we're going to pay people till September? But then I remember that I'm a physician. I'm not, someone who ran a company. And if you talk to almost anyone who runs a real organization, they'll say, yeah, you actually need employee buyouts at some point, especially in an organization where in my opening comments I commented that the Biden administration ramped up the number of employees with one-time funding sources, COVID funds, IRA funds, one-time ARP funds, one-time funding sources, and we had a big bureaucracy. And the way the private sector deals with it is they do buyouts of employees. That's what this is a buyout. Seems a little strange to me, but you know what? Not my area of specialty. Obviously, it worked because they actually got people to say, yeah, I'll take that salary till September, and some of them were probably going to retire anyway, and they're like, okay, but look, that's the way it works in the employment sector. So I rise to oppose the amendment. In an era of unrelenting $2 trillion deficits, we have to give the USDA the flexibility to right-size the agency. And under the DRP, remember, employees only had the option. They didn't have to. They had the option of retiring. Look, President Trump ran on, and the American people voted for last November, reducing the federal bureaucracy. Everybody understands we have a bureaucracy that is large and largely doesn't work for the American people to the extent they expect it to work. So the DRP program successfully reduced staffing levels while allowing employees to leave on their own accord. It is important for the USDA to have, and every federal agency, to have every tool available to optimize staffing levels going forward, in this case, to continue to serve the farmers, the ranchers, and rural communities. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized to address the amendment.
It was very hard to sit down and listen to the absurdity and illogical explanation offered by my friends over there in the form of Dr. Harris. Because here's the hole in your theory. If this was really a strategic diminishment of resources and people, then they wouldn't be out there trying to backfill these positions so quickly. They would not have had to turn around and hire and beg the people that they convinced to go to come back. That's absurd. And for you to offer that as an excuse for opposing this very logical amendment that addresses the fact that DOGE was nothing more than the waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption of this corrupt administration just means to me that you all don't care about anything that makes sense. You only care about what you're told to think, say, and do. I yield back. I support this amendment.
Do other amendments other members wish to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I associate my remarks with the gentlelady from New Jersey. All of us have heard folks in our district say, who were Trump supporters, say, I voted for him, but I didn't expect that he was going to do that. I didn't think he was going to cut the job that my daughter was on, or my uncle was on, or my wife was on. Yes, we should have a right-sized government, but to fire experienced personnel, encourage them to leave, pay people not to work, and then hire inexperienced people, obviously at a lower pay grade, it's just illogical. It makes no sense. We should not be, and I can't believe my colleague wants to justify paying people not to work. That is something I would never expect to hear from that side of the aisle, especially from my good friend, Chairman Harris. This is a common sense amendment. It should be adopted. It's good government, and I urge you to vote for it.
Thank you. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. A sufficient show of support. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Ms. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Chairman. Some members are
Okay.
not recording.
There are other members that wish to record or change their vote. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Lalota, no.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Guest, no.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Joyce, no.
Gentlelady from New Jersey.
Ms. Watson Coleman, aye.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Are there other, gentleman from Missouri?
Mr. Alford, no.
Are there other members who care to record or change their vote? Want to miss anybody? Okay, clerk will tally. We have time for one more.
We're calling votes at 4:15, so let's just go until.
Okay. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Before we move to the next amendment, it's my understanding they're calling votes at 4:15. So what we will do is work until 4:15. We'll try and do as much business as we can, but when we let you go to vote, we will let you go. So those of you that want to go to the ball game can. Remember, we will reassemble here because we're clearly not going to get through all this. 30 minutes after the ball game, whoever shows up with a quorum has enormous advantage. So I just incentivize you. This is your chance, Democrats, get back in the game. Republicans, if you get lazy, they're going to kick your rear end. So with that, I'm sorry, gentlemen. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, whatever you're wearing that will not get you arrested will be fine. So, yeah, and that might be exciting anyway in and of itself. But with that, Ms. Torres is recognized for purposes of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. And I ask
There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. A gentlelady from California is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment will protect the privacy of tens of millions of Americans by providing by prohibiting DOJ from accessing personally identifiable information stored by USDA, FDA, and other agencies covered in this bill. Don't let the drama between Elon Musk and Trump distract any of you. DOJ and his administration continue to push for their minions to gain access to sensitive personal data that puts tens and thousands of Americans' privacy and personal information at risk. Last month, USDA and DOJ tried to force states and payment processors to share the Social Security numbers, addresses, and names of over 40 million Americans who rely on SNAP, only pausing the effort when they got sued for violating federal privacy laws. DOJ and this administration have shown time and time again that they cannot be trusted with our sensitive data. DOJ has reportedly bypassed security measures meant to safeguard our data, like installing Starlink at the White House and ignoring cybersecurity officials who warned it could be vulnerable to hacking from bad actors and foreign adversaries. As far as I can tell, their employees have a complete disregard for following federal privacy conflicts of interest laws and try to hide what they are doing within the federal government with what cybersecurity experts have painted their actions as, quote, criminal or state-sponsored hackers might do. In one instance, a whistleblower highlighted how sensitive labor data may have been exposed after IP addresses from Russia attempted to log into systems shortly after Doge employees gained access. Doge has had employees whose services were hacked and an employee who previously bragged about breaking the law and illegally distributing information. And it is not just Doge. This administration cannot be trusted with our sensitive data. If they don't care to follow security measures when talking about classified military actions, do you really think that they'll care about to follow privacy laws and safeguarding when handling your details? We all remember Signalgate. Even worse, they won't even tell Congress what their minions are doing, whether it is to help build surveillance tools or, in some cases, lining their own pockets. Americans deserve the right to privacy and security. We cannot trust Doge with our personal information, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes to protect our personal data from Doge and government overreach.
Thank the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Dr. Harris, to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Look, the Supreme Court has settled this already. The bottom line is the Supreme Court says the Doge has access to Social Security Administration data, which, believe me, is probably more robust data than the USDA will ever have. So the Supreme Court has said that's allowable. The bottom line, the conspiracy theory that this is somehow some unique threat is really unimaginable. I mean, of all the cyber threats we have, the one I lose least amount of sleep over is Doge. I mean, given all the cyber threats we have. The bottom line, look, the Supreme Court has settled this issue. You know, the case is SSA versus Ask Me, settled on the 6th of June. We should put it behind us. I oppose the amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Laws, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment.
Mike.
I rise in support of this amendment. It prohibits the transfer of personally identifiable information to the unsecure, unaccountable, so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. I would just say to the chairman of the subcommittee, the Supreme Court, opined in the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, and I believe it was Chief Justice Ginsburg who said, now it's in the hands of the Congress. Congress can say something about this. We can deal with legislation that, in fact, says that you cannot go in and just get hold of personal and private and information. The recent billionaire on billionaire violence between President Trump and Elon Musk should not distract us from the fact that Doge, Elon Musk's tool to end run Congress. Take it back, guys. Let's take it back and eliminate whatever funding he did not personally agree with. Is currently in control of a shocking amount of information about American citizens. This information, from Social Security numbers to bank accounts to personal health information, court records, and more, is kept private and secure for a reason. In the wrong hands, it can ruin lives. People can be scammed, intimidated, or blackmailed with this information, which is only one hack or security breach away from being spread across the entire internet. There is public reporting now that shows Doge pushed the Trump administration to select Palantir, a gigantic Silicon Valley tech company specializing in surveillance, to combine government databases, which have been kept secret for this exact reason. This is unacceptable. This is an invasion of privacy, all for the benefit of the richest tech CEOs. Your bank accounts, your medical history, your debts, all of it sold by President Trump to the highest bidder. And this is not only information on Democrats. This is everyone's information is being accessed here. We need to resist this smash and grab of our constituents' personal information. We need to stop the transfer of information from the Department of Agriculture to DOJ. We must not allow federal databases to be mined for the benefit of tech billionaires. That is what this amendment will do. As I said in the course of my comments, let's take it back. We are the United States Congress. We can legislate, and let us exert our power once again. We are not impotent. We are not. And we can't fold like a cheap suit to let them take away either the power of the purse or any other power that we have been ascribed with. Otherwise, let's all go home, close the doors, and forget about an Appropriations Committee. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. News stories about DOJ's access to highly sensitive personally identified information are simply appalling. There's even language in our report that acknowledges that USDA has asked states to send its SNAP applications and related information, and has specifically asked for such information to include personally identifiable information. A newspaper estimated that if you took all the various databases that DOJ is snooping through, there were 316 pieces of yours and my personal information that could be accessed. This has to stop, and it has to stop now. So I urge a yes vote, and I yield back, and I commend the gentlelady for offering this amendment.
Thank you very much. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, where? Where? Okay, good. All right, sorry, we thought we had somebody moving out there. Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It hasn't been that long ago when DOJ was trying to infiltrate the IRS, getting a personnel, all of the data from IRS wasn't enough for them to get an employee number. Remember, they wanted the addresses and the names and their financial, their bank information. This puts every person that does business with the federal government at risk, but it goes beyond that. It puts every law enforcement officer, including CIA agents that are working undercover, at risk. Let me repeat what I said in the beginning. DOJ has had employees whose devices were hacked, and an employee who previously bragged about breaking the law and illegally distributing information. I hope that you will have a serious think about how you're going to vote on this. Protect your constituents, protect our law enforcement officers, and protect our personal data. I ask for your support on this bill, and I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient show of support is present. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Coward.
First, I'm going to give you a piece of unsolicited advice. If your last name begins with a letter less than about harder, you probably should hang around a little closer. He always hits it perfect. He shows up here, but the rest of you guys, not so much. So, does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote, Mr.
Mr. Calvert votes no.
Okay. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Franklin, no.
Gentleman from California. Gentleman from Texas.
It's already recorded. Mr.
You already
He's already
recorded?
recorded.
Okay, sorry. Gentlelady from Washington.
No, and I, Ms. Perez.
Are there any others who are not recorded or wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally.
Gonzalez,
Did
I don't
somebody
see
not?
him.
Who are you looking for? I don't see him. Are we still okay on the vote? On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Ms. Torres is recognized for an amendment.
I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer an amendment to protect the public servants at the FDA who work to ensure a safe, reliable supply of infant formula for our families and our babies. Many mothers rely on baby formula for some or all of their child's nutritional needs. Nearly 3 out of 4 mothers support using baby formula within the first year of their baby's life. We must make sure the fragile infant formula supply chain is protected, including the public servants at the FDA and HHS who work on these issues. In February, the FDA's then Deputy Commissioner for Foods resigned due to the Trump's administration and DOJ firing nearly 90 staffers in his division, which oversees infant formula and baby food. It is still unclear how many employees who work on these issues were then rehired. In March, HHS and FDA announced Operation Stork Speed, which they claim to expand options for safe, reliable, and nutritious infant formula. But the Trump administration and DOJ have fired 20,000 HHS employees and 3,500 FDA employees and are now scrambling to hire many of them back. You can announce as many operations or have as many press conferences as you want, but the fact is that you need people on the ground doing the work, doing the inspections, not just people talking nonsense on TV. In addition, this Ag FDA bill would cover over 320 million would cut over $320 million from the FDA, and the Trump administration is pushing for over $30 billion in cuts to HHS. We can't take the risk and allow the Trump administration to fire these critical workers again. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes to protect the public servants who work to ensure